people across the country look and feel years younger in minutes.
Here, I don't look 61 in 3 weeks. And this is only because of Plexaderm.
Holy like I look 15 years younger.
The instant results are from naturally based silicates. Once applied, your skin tightens and firms, rapidly reducing the appearance of under-eye bags and wrinkles in minutes. So if under-eye bags and wrinkles make you look tired and older, try it today for only $14.95, plus get free shipping. Visit plexadermtrial.com.
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox, but I was watching. Yeah, I understand you exactly, but not exactly friendly. Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really, really terrific. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are tired of Fox, and they're switching to Newsmax Plus. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need woke Disney and Hulu anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Carl Higbie. And get incredible analysis from Dick Morris, Alan Dershowitz, Carrie Lake, Mike Huckabee, and more. It's free to start. So go to NewsMaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
In the 2016 election, Donald Trump turned Wisconsin red, becoming the first Republican to win the state since Ronald Reagan.
Donald Trump wins Wisconsin. Take a look at this. 92% of the vote is in. He's up by 75,000 votes, plus 10 electoral votes. Donald Trump, the winner in Wisconsin.
But in 2020, by a margin of under 1%, Joe Biden flipped the Badger State blue.
Okay, Joe Biden won Wisconsin. Why did he win Wisconsin? Because of Milwaukee County, because of black voters.
Determined to once again claim the key swing state, Trump has campaigned hard throughout Wisconsin in 2024. First appearing in Green Bay on April 2nd, then landing in Waukesha on May 1st before speaking in Racine on June 18th. But between those final two stops in Wisconsin, a controversy erupted. It all started with this tweet from Jake Sherman of Punchbowl News on June 13th. In a closed-door meeting with GOP Congressman, Sherman wrote that Trump had called the home of this year's convention a, quote, horrible city. Hours later on MSNBC, Sherman doubled down.
He said Milwaukee's a horrible city. Everybody comes out and says he didn't say it. Of course he said it. I mean, that is according to almost everybody in the room.
And so kicked off a war of words. Trump spokesman Stephen Chung didn't hold back with this post on X, saying, quote, wrong, total BS. He never said it like how it's been falsely characterized. He was talking about how terrible crime and voter fraud are. Later that day, on a local ABC affiliate, WISN, Wisconsin Congressman Brian Stile also came to Trump's defense during an interview.
Will you acknowledge that these words at least came out of his mouth? The context is different, but did he say this?
He wasn't talking about the city. He was talking about specific issues in the city.
So in that context that you just described, he did say Milwaukee, where we are having our convention, is a horrible city.
I don't think that's the context at all, Matt. I'm saying that we were talking about specific issues.
Even President Biden took a jab at Trump's alleged remarks, posting this throwback picture from 2021 when the NBA champion Milwaukee Bucks visited the White House with the caption, I happen to love Milwaukee. The next day, mainstream media just couldn't help themselves, gleefully mocking the former president and impugning his character over comments which were still unverified.
So interesting, the cities that he often targets. Milwaukee, Baltimore, countries that have people with higher melanin count in their skin.
He later admitted he said it about Milwaukee, right? Hey, can I just say something? To Milwaukee. I love Milwaukee.
It's so good.
After the controversy simmered for a couple of days, Trump finally weighed in on Truth Social, saying in part, quote, the Democrats are making up stories that I said Milwaukee is a horrible city. This is false, a complete lie, just like the laptop from hell was a lie. Don't be duped. Who would say such a thing with that important state in the balance? 3 days later, on June 18th, Trump rallied his supporters in Racine, leaving no doubt about his affection for the host city of this year's convention.
I love Milwaukee. I was the one that picked Milwaukee, I have to tell you. I was the one that picked it. These lying people that They say, oh, he doesn't like Milwaukee. I love Milwaukee. I said, you got to fix the crime. We all know that. You got to make sure the election's honest. But I'm the one that picked Milwaukee.
And if Milwaukee and Wisconsin at large picks him this November, it will be a major step to the White House in 2025. For Newsmax, I'm John Bachman.
From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, the portable oxygen concentrator that moves with you.
This little box changed my life. I can now do all those things that I want to do. You just press the button here, and there's my oxygen.
Inogen portable oxygen systems are small and light and deliver up to 12 hours of medical-grade oxygen on a single charge.
Now that I've got my Inogen, I've got my freedom back. I'm back to living again.
Call us right now. Try an Inogen system for 30 days, risk-free.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for enrollment in a Medicare Advantage plan, so make sure you know your Medicare ABCs. You may be familiar with Medicare Parts A and B, but if you are thinking about Part C, also called a Medicare Advantage plan, speak with a licensed insurance agent to see what plans and benefits are available in your area. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code, and a licensed insurance agent will walk you through the entire process. It's that easy.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
For a free, no-obligation consultation, call 800-480-8716.
Hi folks, Joe Namath here. And if you're having a hard time hearing, call MD Hearing because they changed my life and they can change yours too. I was wearing expensive hearing aids for years until a good friend of mine told me about MD Hearing. I bought a pair of the hearing aids with no doctor visit, no prescription, and no hassle. I got fitted right over the phone and I've never had a better pair of hearing aids. I'm even wearing them right now.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free portable charging case and free shipping. The rechargeable Neo is nearly invisible with its tiny in-the-ear canal design. And you can get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids with a 45-day risk-free trial, free shipping, and free lifetime U.S.-based support for only $297.
Call my friends at MD Hearing and get the over-the-counter hearing aids that I use for you.
Call 800-381-4294.
Judge Napolitano here. Did you know there's a silver shortage? Former Wall Street analyst John Rubino predicts the silver shortage could cause an imminent price spike. Listen to this.
So that silver shortage we've been predicting for such a long time is finally here. Solar and electric cars are using up all the metal that is out there and then some, and that's going to spike the silver price in the next couple of years.
I used to own just gold. Now I also own silver. Why should you consider silver? Find out of the silver shortage report, and my trusted friends at Lear Capital will send it to you for free. Lear is whom I trust whenever I buy silver.
Get your free silver shortage report and see why experts believe silver prices are set to soar. Lear Capital, over 25 years in business, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a 24-hour risk-free purchase guarantee. When you call, ask how you can get up to $15,000 in bonus silver. Call 800-410-6650.
evening, Patriots. We begin with breaking news. Welcome to N2 and Ed Henry, the briefing live from Milwaukee. Expected to be a dramatic night here in Milwaukee, capping off the fourth day of the Republican National Convention. Former President Donald Trump will formally accept his party's nomination for the third consecutive time. We're going to get to all the details on that in a moment, and we're going to have Lee Greenwood responding and talking about the former president's faith after surviving that assassination attempt. But we have other breaking news involving the current president, Joe Biden. Our own Mark Halpern, our political analyst, has multiple sources now confirming that the apparent state of play, as he says, on Joe Biden at this time is that he plans to announce withdrawal from the Democratic nomination as early as this weekend. You saw that he announced he had COVID-19 last evening as we came to air, and we broke that news. And when he arrived in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, you could see how gingerly he was walking, raising more questions about his health. Mark Halpern's sources say that he may give up the nomination as early as this weekend, Sunday being the most likely day. John Meacham, the longtime journalist and who has helped with his speeches, is currently polishing up remarks to deal with this. Joe Biden, according to Mark Halpern's sources, will not resign the presidency and hand it over to Kamala Harris. He will just step aside as a candidate for renomination. But here's the other key to what he's hearing right now, is that Biden will not endorse his own vice president, Kamala Harris, for the nomination. What that effectively would do is open the Democratic convention with Harris and several other potential candidates, perhaps Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer, perhaps Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania. Superdelegates will not be allowed to vote on the first ballot. Harris is vetting at least 4 possible running mates, Halpern sources are saying, including Andy Beshear in Kentucky and possibly Governor Shapiro in Pennsylvania, who I just mentioned. Now, I want to also add to this that the New York Times is reporting at this hour that people close to Joe Biden say he appears to accept. Everyone is hedging it just a little bit. He appears to accept he may have to leave the race. They're quoting several people close to President Biden saying today, Thursday, they believe he has begun to accept the idea and the reality he may not be able to win in November and is now planning to potentially step down again as early as this weekend. All of this reporting is just coming in as we speak. I'm trying to check my phone to keep up on this, and we're supposed to be here breaking news about former President Trump, who will make a lot of news. But I'm pleased and privileged to have my longtime friend Lee Greenwood here, a great American patriot, as you all know. And we're going to talk about the Bible that you have, which is wonderful, which I have at home in Florida. And Donald Trump's faith, which I think is so important coming out of this assassination attempt. But let's start with Joe Biden, the current president. You've been around a lot of presidents. How do you react to what you're hearing? It's just fallen apart for the Democrats since that debate.
Well, if you look back 3 or 4 years, you can see how his decline in his health was happening anyway. But how convenient to get COVID. I mean, to me, that's like, really? And of course, you mentioned he stepped off Air Force One. Yes, he's got very gingerly, but when he talk about the people in his camp that are talking to him about stepping down, I know he doesn't want to do that. He wants to continue to be president. Even if he does until November, he's going to be a lame duck president. And I don't know if he has any powers. But for him not to endorse the vice president, isn't that a little odd? Yeah. Because he's been talking nothing about she can be president. She can be president. I find that really odd.
Right. And you're right, because former President Trump has said that in his vice presidential selection process, the first criteria is, could that person be president?
The VP.
And when Joe Biden, to your point, was asked at this news conference at NATO about a week ago, he said, absolutely, she's qualified. That's why I picked her. Now he's going to bypass her?
I just don't get it. I mean, it's really odd. And, of course, everything about this is odd, including the assassination attempt on our president, President Trump, which, to me, is like got some questions about security, about the Secret Service, and about that kid was walking around there. Everybody knew he was there.
Top of that roof.
Almost an hour without, as a person of interest, and not and having more eyes on him. They had drones in the air and everything else. So that's another question. That's another story.
Yeah.
But I am concerned about the president's health. And, of course, I'm going to sing tonight, and we can talk about that in a minute.
And we will. One more quick question on security, and then I'm going to set the table on what we're expecting to hear from the former president and bring you back live to get some reaction to that. You've been at all these concerts and live events with presidents of both parties. And I've covered this for decades. The security is so tight at these outdoor rallies. I've never seen some guy running around a roof or crawling around with a ladder ever.
Absolutely absurd. I sang for the inauguration of President Bush 41 at the Lincoln Memorial. I also sang for President Trump's inauguration at the same place. The security was absolutely doubled. And now, as we approach anybody of dignitary strength, the security's always been amazing. This is absolutely crazy that person could actually have a line of sight to President Trump while he was speaking.
Absolutely. By the way, more reporting now from CBS News. A decision on whether President Biden will remain in the presidential race is reportedly expected to be resolved in 3 to 5 days. That's what CBS is reporting. It's pretty close to Mark Halperin's a decision likely by this Sunday. So I'm going to pause with Lee for a second and set the table now for what we really want to talk here about, which is the former president. The mainstream media tried to write his political obituary after January 6th. And then last Saturday, as Lee was saying, his actual obituary was nearly written. It was horrifying. And tonight we will see a speech full of unity, strength, and I believe faith in God. And I want to start tonight by remembering that just 560 miles away from this arena in Milwaukee, in Freeport, Pennsylvania, you see our team put together some video there, a very brave man had a memorial service today, a beloved husband and father, Corey Comparator, who was killed by an assassin's bullet meant for the former president. And he died because this former fire chief shielded members of his own family so they would not die. You see some of those fire vehicles there as part of the procession. This happened, of course, at the former president's rally last Saturday. That 50-year-old man's sacrifice for his family is the very best of America, the very theme we will hear from the former president tonight, restoring American greatness. And while the former president has not frequently discussed his own faith, he is certainly opening up now in the wake of that horrific assassination attempt on him. And in what very well may be a preview of tonight's big speech, the former president told supporters at a private gathering here in Milwaukee yesterday, and you could see him there last night coming in yet again, that this was a horrible experience, but he said it was amazing at the same time because the former president said, quote, "You say, how did that happen? But I got lucky. God was with me, I tell you. And in many ways, it changes your attitude, your viewpoint on life. And I think, honestly, I think you appreciate God even more. I really do." And personally, I will say I find that awe-inspiring. Think of the contrast to the current president that we've been talking about, Joe Biden, who's now facing ever more pressure to get out of this race after first saying he might finally change his mind about running in an interview a couple days ago if there was a health reason. And hocus pocus, as Lee said a moment ago, he quickly announced he has COVID-19. And then you see him around the steps, somehow, without wearing a mask, by the way, that Democrats lectured us we needed to wear. He walked painfully slow on and off Air Force One from Las Vegas to Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. We knew we had a president who was basically only cogent from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. That's what they said. And an 8 p.m. bedtime. Now we have the first work-from-home president, his beach home at that. Plus, Joe Biden also looks foolish in these interviews he's doing. Watch this clip from BET.
It's all about treating people with dignity. And it's about making sure that, look, I mean, for example, look at the heat I'm getting because I named the Secretary of Defense to a black man. I named Ketanji Brown. I mean, because of the people I've named.
He couldn't remember the name of his defense secretary. Oh, the black man, he tells Black Entertainment Television. If Donald Trump had said that, you know what would have happened. And Democrats who are willing to now go public against Joe, like Congressman Adam Schiff, they're getting away with a despicable flip-flop. And remember, they all mocked Special Counsel Robert Hur's report that told the truth about Joe's infirmities. They all basically said, oh, no, he's not all there. He's great. He's sharp as a tack. They're phonies. It's a sharp contrast to the speakers we've seen here in Milwaukee. And I want to highlight one that we saw last night, Kai Trump, the 17-year-old daughter of Donald Trump Jr., who humanized her grandpa. Watch.
What is in the rules, Mr. Hur, what is in the rules is you don't gratuitously do things to...
Even when he's going through all these court cases, he always asks me how I'm doing. He always encourages me to push myself to be the most successful person I can be. Obviously, he sets the bar pretty high, but who knows, maybe one day I'll catch him. On Saturday, I was shocked when I heard that he has been shot. and I just wanted to know if he was okay. It was heartbreaking that someone would do that to another person. A lot of people have put my grandpa through hell, and he's still standing.
He put my grandpa through hell, and he's still standing. And think about Joe Biden, meanwhile, has a grandchild in Arkansas. He will not even acknowledge that young girl in Arkansas Navy recently made a heartfelt plea to see more of her grandpa, which is sick. Just like the 13 American soldiers killed in Afghanistan, their families came here last night and brought tears to people's eyes behind us as they declared Joe Biden will not acknowledge their lost relatives either. Watch.
While Joe Biden has refused to recognize their sacrifice, Donald Trump spent 6 hours in Bedminster with us.
Trump advisor Jason Miller today told Bianca de la Garza will be with me and John Bachman at 8 p.m. Eastern for our special coverage. Jason Miller said the former president will recount his version of the near-death experience in Western Pennsylvania. That is serious business, and we will certainly be covering that. But there will also be some fun. Everyone has been singing and dancing behind us, which is why we'll talk to Lee Greenwood about that in a minute. Everyone from Hulk Hogan, by the way, tonight, to the UFC's Dana White will be on stage to hype things up tonight, and so will the one and only Kid Rock. Watch this video.
We just arrived in Milwaukee to support our tried and true red, white, and blue 100% American badass president. What's going to happen tonight? Tune in to find out.
Yeah, well, I don't want to give it away, but I heard some of the rehearsal with Kid Rock. And think about American Badass with some new lyrics like a fist in the air, fight, fight, fight. So let's welcome in now an American icon again, country music singer and songwriter Lee Greenwood. Don't forget his Holy Bible, God Bless the USA, that we'll talk about with all the great American documents from the founding of this great country along with the Bible. And Lee, we'll get to music in a moment. But first of all, welcome in. We appreciate you dealing with the breaking news.
Thank you very much. And of course, that's my band warming up there.
Tell me about the band, because every night I've told our viewers that they are phenomenal.
They're fantastic. They all live in Nashville. They worked for me for 10 years. And a lot of my USO tours. As a matter of fact, that band was playing for me on a USO tour when I met my wife, Kim, which was 32 years ago. So it's like fantastic to be with them again. I wouldn't have trusted anybody else to play my song, particularly on Monday night when it was so important, when the president made his first appearance back after the assassination attempt. So I talked to them later today. I'm going to sing later tonight, but I don't know if I'm going to sing with them or not, or on stage or not on stage. I don't know. We'll find out
so
later.
So if people want to find them, are they known as the Lee Greenwood Band, or do they have their own name? Or
their name is Sixwire. And you can actually find them by sixwire.com probably. And,
all right.
I'll ask them later.
We'll do it. Let's talk about faith.
Okay.
It's something that matters so much to you, and we see it in your music, we see it in your life. And you know this former President Donald Trump very well. His comments that I read a moment ago about how he would not be here but for God, and it's changed his outlook on faith and on life.
Have you ever been shot?
No. I
haven't either. I can't imagine how that might have shaken him. On the other hand, he made an appearance here Monday because he wanted to make sure everybody knew he was going to be okay. I'm sure he had some stitches in that right ear, but when he walked into the arena, I sensed a sense of reverence when he did that. And his faith is now in front of the public. We've been promoting this Bible for about 3 or 4 years. He actually held it up, did a video, and said, I believe in God, and everybody has to have more faith in this country. This is the God Bless USA Bible, and it's available on GodBlessUSABible.com. Everybody needs to have one. It's beautiful. It's got leather bound, and it's got the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights. You know what? We need to put our faith together with the beginning of this country. It's something that everybody has talked about for years and years and years. Did we come here to get away from faith? No.
Yeah.
We brought our faith with us.
So last thing, we started with the breaking news about Joe Biden. Donald Trump appears poised, maybe for a landslide. Does this shake it up? Does it worry you that the Democrats will cook up a new ticket and maybe it's a new race?
Well, I'll take Donald Trump's quote. He said, I'll run against anybody.
There you go.
God bless him. He's so strong. We believe in him.
God bless him, and God bless the USA.
Thanks,
my friend
Ed.
Lee Greenwood. We'll be listening tonight. And on Monday night, we talked about you all night long because it was beautiful what you did.
That was fantastic, and I was very moved when I got eye contact with the president when he first got into the booth, I knew that was the moment he was going to be strong.
There you go. Lee Greenwood, thank you. Still ahead this hour of the briefing. We've got a lot of great guests, including Michael Morin, the brother of Rachel Morin. Remember, the mother of 5 who was killed while jogging in Maryland. He gave a very emotional speech here a couple nights ago. We're trying to find him in the arena. He's on his way over, I believe, and we've got some great lawmakers coming up, and Bianca de la Garza and John Bachman will join me as well. Don't go anywhere. More briefing on the breaking news about Joe Biden right after this.
Heart attacks can happen at any time. If you suffer cardiac arrest outside of a hospital, you have just a 7% chance of surviving.
That's why this world-renowned cardiologist brings you the Simple Heart Cure Diet and Meal Plan. Start improving your heart health now with this easy-to-follow program that combines expert advice with hundreds of delicious heart-healthy recipes. See improvements in as little as 28 days. Claim your free copy today. Go online or call the number on your screen.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Don't mistake Nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order right now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
I'm Jonathan Lawson. If you're 50 to 85, please listen closely. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. It's a rate lock for your life insurance that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time for any reason. Many policies you see don't have one, but you can get a lifetime rate lock from Colonial Penn. This plan was designed for people on a fixed income with coverage options that start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. Your rate is locked in for life. Coverage can never be canceled, and your acceptance is guaranteed. You cannot be turned down because of your health. See for yourself. Call for an information kit and gift. Both are free with no obligation.
Call 1-800-823-4108 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-823-4108. 1-800-823-4108. Call now.
Some breaking news. Famed political strategist Dick Morris says Donald Trump is running for president. Few people know President Trump better than Dick Morris. For years, Morris has served as his top advisor. Now, in his new bestseller, The Return, Dick reveals Trump's secret plan for 2024, his real reason for running, and his coming surprise announcement. Dick says Trump still faces 3 threats, but Biden can never be reelected. Newsmax calls The Return the only political book you need to read. It's already an Amazon #1 bestseller. If you want to see Trump's plan, Dick Morris shares it. Big media, big tech, and the deep state all want to stop Trump. But The Return shows they'll fail, and Trump will triumph. Get Dick Morris's The Return in bookstores everywhere, or see the free offer from Newsmax. Go online or call today.
Welcome back to the briefing live from Milwaukee. People just filing in. It's going to be a big night, culminating in former President Donald Trump securing and accepting the Republican nomination for president for the 3rd consecutive time. What a remarkable comeback. 4 years ago, the media had left him all but politically done after January 6th. Boy, were they wrong. The comeback will be complete tonight. And someone who's been with the former president from day one is a man named Bruce Lavelle, a friend of the briefing, a longtime advisor of the Trump folks. How are you doing, my friend?
Oh, my God, I'm excited. You know, it's like, I just had an interview with one of the big publications. They were saying, what does it feel like? I said, honestly, a lot of people are just like, Ed, I'm just glad to see you. Remember, we haven't done this since Cleveland.
Yeah.
And so we had that huge 8-year gap.
The last one with COVID, it was at the White House, and it was more more
God.
confined.
Yeah,
And
so
people are dancing and singing. It's been festive.
I mean, they're happy to see each other because remember, a lot of the folks, this is that one time every 4 years that all the like-minded people can come together and assemble. You can, no matter who you run into, they're going to agree with you.
Right.
You know?
Well, and they have something exciting to deal with, which is that you have a former president who's not just back, but CNN's John King a couple nights ago said this may be a landslide, 330 electoral votes. So let's start there, and then we'll get to Biden.
Right.
What's your hope for Donald Trump tonight? He may talk about unity and his faith after that assassination attempt. And so far, this has been a damn successful convention in terms of a messaging.
Yeah, it has. Well, you know, I'm a little biased. I met him in Atlanta in 1991, 34 years. And back then, he was the superstar. And so I knew his heart. So I'm a little biased, Ed, because I know him. Yeah. And I was very privileged, me and Pastor Darrell, to start his diversity coalition in 2016, the largest diversity coalition in Republican Kansas history. And so I'm starting to see that he's a racist thing slowly being put to bed. You see a lot of the top pop stars and R&B stars and rap stars.
At the podium, there's black voters, Hispanic voters who love him.
Yeah, so I think that I like to say, and real quick, and a shout out to Chris Ruddy and Newsmax, Newsmax2, because you guys have been in the forefront, and you know, Ed, I've been on a lot of shows that have brought the real news, and a lot of folks are starting to tune in to Newsmax. Say, look, I tell them, look, go watch Newsmax because you know they're going to tell you what's going on. So you're starting to get that viewership to like, well, damn, he's not this.
Well,
he's
this
not
week
that.
alone, there's some cable networks who are upset about the high ratings.
I know. I was going to say that.
We're blowing it up on streaming, so be there at 8 p.m. Eastern for the special coverage. But let's get to the breaking news. Mark Halpern sources are saying that as early as Sunday, we may see Joe Biden get out. They're writing speeches. Kamala Harris is vetting potential VP running mates. But on the other hand, Mark Halpern sources are saying Biden is not likely to endorse her, and so he'll bypass the vice president that he said is capable of being president, which is weird, and then this will be an open convention in Chicago.
Well, I've always said, you know, they had the debate in Atlanta, my hometown.
That's right.
And I'm like, a debate before the DNC, RNC convention? I said, oh, my God, that's the litmus test. They're really going to watch him and say, okay. And, you know, they hold the superdelegates, you know. And so I think that's really in play. And I think there's some guys, we know Gavin Newsom's been in the bullpen. I'm a baseball guy. And the governor of
we got Michigan with Whitmer. You got Shapiro in Pennsylvania.
Exactly. So they do have a lineup, but also too, Ed, it's a big stretch to run from here to November 5th to try to get name ID, to get donors to believe in that.
That's right.
When this wave is coming so hard, man. So it's going to be a stretch either way.
Let's take the conversation full circle. You were saying, look, as somebody who met Donald Trump in Atlanta and dealt with people saying he's a racist, and you said, no, he's not.
No.
Now you have a white president in Joe Biden who may be bypassing the first black female vice president.
I know, man.
Maybe for a white candidate or something. What happened here?
Listen, the only way that's going to happen is Kamala's going to have to, like, play ball, and she's going to, you know, unless they promise.
They're going to have to get a Supreme Court seat or corporate board
governor
seat.
of California.
Yeah. But if you're the sitting vice president with the potential to be the first female president, I say potential, I'm not saying she's going to win, you're going to accept the governorship?
I don't know,
I don't see her leaving.
I don't know. Well, she's been known to be a team player. I don't know. But remember, she was Indian when she ran for Attorney General. Now she's black. Anyway, I know. I was a little shot. Sorry about that, guys. But
that's all right. You're saying facts, and the Democrats don't always like those facts. Final point from you. If the Democrats do shake it up, are you concerned? Or I hear from the Trump campaign, hey, whatever Democrat it is, they have to defend failed Democrat policies.
Yeah, that's true. And most of all, the mass immigration, the invasion. I did a bunch of hits around the RNC convention, and that is on the hot topic. Black folk are feeling like left out. A lot of the inner cities, a lot of these folks coming over getting EBT cards, getting phones, getting preferential treatment over tax-paying citizens. It's in the heart of a lot of black folk in a lot of these urban cities.
And the inflation hits black people, Hispanic people, white people, everyone.
Eggs, across the board. So that's that right there in itself, especially in the Latino. Watch this. We'll get 51% plus in the Latino vote. I'm going to go 15% plus on African-American votes, too. I guarantee it.
We'll have you back to talk about it.
Appreciate
Bruce,
it.
enjoy the rest of the night. Coming up, we'll have more live from Milwaukee reaction, not just to the breaking news that Joe Biden is now likely to get out of the presidential race, but we'll also tee up a big, big speech from former President Donald Trump. We're expecting the former First Lady, Melania Trump, to make her first appearance here later tonight. We'll be live for all of it. We're also expecting the powerful House Ways and Means Chairman, Jason Smith, all live, all here on N2. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Wow, is that really me? Oh my gosh. Wow. Who am I?
Oh my God. I can't believe I have no lines in my face.
I'm just in love with the mirror right now.
It's a facelift in a jar.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Greenhut, the CEO of Plexaderm. We've created the best offer yet with our Plexaderm 10-minute challenge. All it takes is 10 minutes to reduce the appearance of under eye bags, wrinkles, and crow's feet. People across the country look and feel years younger in minutes.
Here, I don't look 61 in 3 weeks, and this is only because of Plexaderm.
Holy like I look 15 years younger.
The instant results are from naturally based silicates. Once applied, your skin tightens and firms, rapidly reducing the appearance of under eye bags and wrinkles in minutes. So if under eye bags and wrinkles make you look tired and older, try it today for only $14.95 plus get free shipping. Visit plexadermtrial.com.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery. Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
Oh. So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
Welcome back to N2 and the briefing live from Milwaukee, the Republican National Convention, night 4. We've got the breaking news that current President Joe Biden is now likely to step aside, likely by Sunday. That's according to Mark Halperin sources, just as a candidate, not step down as president, and also not endorse his vice president, Kamala Harris, which would likely lead to a brokered, wide-open Democrat convention next month in Chicago. We'll get to all that. But first, I want to bring in a friend of the briefing. Jason Smith is the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, which is very powerful, and we appreciate you being here.
It's great to be here.
And I want to talk politics, but we also, our viewers like substance. And so you're one of the most powerful figures in Congress. Tax writing and health care and all these big policies. Talk about your dreams for a second Trump term, particularly if, it's a big if, but if it's a landslide and you have a strong majority in the House and Senate, what does Chairman Smith want to get done?
I'll tell you,
What we're facing next year, with more than $4.3 trillion worth of the Trump tax cuts expiring at the end of December 2025, the first priority from the Ways and Means Committee needs to be able to move, hopefully, a reconciliation bill, because we'll have a House, Senate, and then Donald Trump in the White House to extend those tax cuts.
Biden wants to block them, which would raise our taxes.
Absolutely. Every single American would face a tax increase if they expire. That means the child tax credit's cut from $2,000 to $1,000. The standard deduction, which most people file their taxes, gets cut in half. That right there alone will raise everyone's tax expense. But every individual rate also increases.
Incredible.
Every single one.
Something the American people need to know, and I'm sure the former president will talk about that. We're told he will be maybe more open about his faith, more open about talking about unifying the country. The Democrats have tried to paint him as the mean tweets, and he's divisive, and he seems serious about wanting to bring people together. You're there, you know what it's like in the swamp. It's hard to bring people together. They've been calling this man a Nazi and a fascist, and some of my viewers write me and say, why unify these with the Democrats? They don't want to unify with him. What's your answer?
It's important for the country. There's Republicans and Democrats, but we're all Americans. And that is why we need to unify. Our country has went down the wrong direction, from the economy, from the crime, from the open borders. We need a leader that will address all those head on and will change them and fix them. It's for all Americans, not Republicans, not Democrats, but all Americans. President Trump will speak with united voice tonight. I'm really excited. I hope that they truly get to see his heart and who he is as a person, because he's an absolutely amazing man. One of the first people to let me know when my father died to send his blessings.
You know,
that's pretty amazing.
I hear that from a lot of people, not just folks in politics, and I'm sorry for your loss. In the last minute we have, the current president, Joe Biden, when you talk about leadership or lack of leadership, the breaking news that he may be stepping aside as soon as Sunday. Chaos on the Democrat side now, but if they get their stuff together in August and have a stronger ticket than Biden-Harris, are you concerned that there's a whole new deck here of cards and there might not be a Trump landslide?
Democrats will do anything they can to retain or keep power, without a doubt. That's what you're seeing right now. Moving Joe Biden off of the ticket is not a medical decision. It's a political decision. Everyone needs to remember that. They have came to the conclusion that Joe Biden cannot beat Donald Trump, so that's why they're removing him. It's strictly a political decision. The Joe Biden we see today is the same Joe Biden that was elected 3.5 years ago.
And they were hiding it.
They were hiding it.
Yep, they got caught. Jason Smith from the great state of Missouri.
Thank you,
Powerful House Ways and Means Chairman. I'll see you at Benny's on the Beach in Florida.
You bet.
All right, good. I'm looking forward to that. In the meantime, still ahead on the briefing, we're going to bring in a little fun. The comedian Jeff Allen, who supports the former president, joins us live in Milwaukee. Plus, is your cellular provider working for you, or do they have a leftist agenda? We're going to talk to the folks at Patriot Mobile, who have a more patriotic way for you to have cell phone service. I'm going to talk to them coming up.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
If you're living with diabetes, this is the sound that could change your life.
Great news for people living with diabetes. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor and eliminate routine finger sticks. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over.
Just call 800-825-4745.
If you use insulin daily to manage your condition, a continuous glucose monitor could help you control your diabetes and reduce or eliminate those painful finger sticks. If you have Medicare or private insurance, US Med can deliver a CGM system right to your door. And if you qualify, there may be little or no cost to you. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Just call 800-825-4745. That's 800-825-4745.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Sometimes it's hard to see past the looming repair and replacement costs all around your house. Finally, you can stop seeing money and start saving money with First American Home Warranty. First American covers the systems and appliances you depend on every day. Air conditioning, refrigerator, washer and dryer, electrical, plumbing, even your garage door opener, and more.
We've had our hot water tank replaced, washer fixed, with our upstairs and downstairs AC units fixed or replaced.
If there's one guarantee in home ownership, it's that things are going to break down. That's why I tell all my customers, get First American before your next repair.
There's always something that's going to break.
When an appliance or system breaks down, First American sends a trusted contractor to fix it. And if they can't repair the covered item, we'll make sure they replace it.
When you put in a request for service, it's like that.
We had a contractor out within 24 hours because he said, I didn't want you guys to go another day without heat.
As a contractor, they're so easy to deal with. They truly want me to do right by their members.
Members pay low monthly rates with unlimited claims and 24/7 customer service. And filing a claim does not increase your rate.
We've saved thousands of dollars with First American that we've been able to reinvest into our home.
I looked at more than one, and this was the best.
First American has been a trusted name for decades and is highly rated by customers on major review sites.
They follow through on what they say they're going to do. That's everything.
With all the repairs that have come through First American, the plan has been paid for many times over.
And now you can lock in your low monthly rate. All plans include a no questions asked money back guarantee and flexible payment options so you can never pay for covered repairs again.
Call 1-800-917-5047. That's 1-800-917-5047 for your free no obligation quote. So call now.
Welcome back, live from Milwaukee, day 4 now at the Republican National Convention. That's right, we're expecting the former president to give a big speech talking about unity, maybe talking about his faith as well, and healing a nation still reeling from this attempted assassination on the former president in Western PA on Saturday. Let's welcome in now someone I talked to several months ago, a comedian named Jeff Allen, who's quite funny. You find him on Instagram and all kinds of platforms. And he has a lot of good jokes about Joe Biden. We thought with the breaking news. Good to see you, Jeff.
Good to see you, too.
I don't know if you heard, because I saw you were running around to get here.
Yes.
And we appreciate it, because it got really crowded tonight with the former president about to speak. And I was watching some of your routines today, and you know, we're hearing from our sources that as early as Sunday, he may be stepping aside as a candidate after all this pressure. And you like to talk about, you know, he goes to Maui, and he said, I understand all these wildfires. I had a kitchen fire like 40 years ago.
Right, exactly.
Right?
My garbage can caught fire. It's like Bush standing in the middle of Katrina going, I know how you feel. My basement flooded. I almost lost my golf clubs. You know, it's funny because I had a tape I did last year. It's been sitting in the can, and there was a number of Biden jokes in there. We were waiting to release it, and then I just called my manager. I said, get it out now. Get it now.
You might only have 72 hours, Jeff.
Right.
Get the Biden jokes out.
Yeah, I was talking about him being a Starbucks greeter. I said he'd be great. He'd stand there and regale the customers and how he was raised by Juan Valdez himself years
and then
ago.
His uncle, he said his uncle or something was eaten by cannibals?
Was eaten by cannibals. Yeah, I mean, what shocks me is after the debate, they realized that 60 million people saw what we've all known for 4 years.
Right.
And now they go, what are we going to do?
Does it make it harder as a comedian to write material when the jokes kind of write themselves? Like, could you come up with a funnier joke than Corn Pop was a bad dude?
No, and the funny thing about him is I had a grandmother and I had a friend of ours living with us that was cognitively like that.
Yeah.
And it was very difficult for me. It's too easy. And then again, when you're with a group of people who are like-minded, and you're just getting claps because it's easy. It's too easy.
Well, it's interesting you put it that way, which is very sensitive and proper, because when I was looking at some of the clips of your great work, you know, I could tell that you're not punching an 81-year-old man, because you're not going to get laughs over that. And everyone has experienced in their family situations that are difficult. How do you try to balance that?
Well, first of all,
you're still making fun of the guy.
I agree with what Johnny Carson said decades ago, that if you make a joke on Tuesday, you should be able to play golf with the guy on Wednesday. So, again, to me, everything with this political correct cancel culture, I scream because there's nothing malicious about who they're canceling. It's all about malice of the heart. If you're cutting for the sake of cutting, then militia should be curbed.
Yeah.
There's no reason for that.
Last thing then, because you wouldn't make fun of an assassination attempt. It's a very serious matter. But Donald Trump gets teased a lot about his. So what do you want to say about a very serious event on Saturday and why you're here and what you hope to hear tonight?
That is the next Iwo Jima photo, baby.
Yeah.
I mean, my grandkids are going to see that in their school with the fist in the air and the blood, and the story will be told. I'll tell you, man, I was getting off stage because I do 4 o'clock shows because my audience doesn't like driving at night.
Early bird specials?
Right, exactly. I'm a blue
It's like Biden, he only works from 11 to 4.
Right, I'm a blue plate special comic. So anyway, I get off and my phone is blowing up, and my wife sent me the video, and I went, "Are you kidding me?" They
crazy.
took a shot, I mean,
and the fact that he lived.
I know. And then they have the wherewithal to
God.
stand up. They know they would have made it better with double barrels.
Right. And he's a tough guy, and it's going to be incredible. And you're a brave man, because a lot of people, comedians and stuff, don't want to stand up and support the former president, but you clearly do.
Oh, my gosh, yeah. Yeah, we're big fans.
Jeff Allen, we appreciate it. In the meantime, 80% of Americans are worried right now, according to a recent poll, that the country's spiraling out of control, maybe because of Joe Biden. Those are the findings of a Reuters survey taken right after the assassination attempt on the former president. Our national correspondent, Sarah Williamson, has more on what real people are saying out on the street. Sarah?
According to a new poll conducted by Reuters, 80% of Americans believe the country is spiraling out of control. So, what do New Yorkers think? Let's find out.
Because of everything that's happening, we all hate each other. Nobody will agree to consensus. No one will attempt to understand anybody else's position.
I would say spiraling is a little bit extreme, but probably somewhere in the middle.
We're in a bad place. Nobody can agree, and nobody's nice to anyone.
I don't agree. I think the country's on a huge comeback with Donnie J about to win the 2024 election, and we're going to be in a great spot soon.
Biden has divided this country, which is opposed to what the public might believe. With Trump back in office, we'll be in good hands.
I just think that we need a better president, and that's just the honest truth.
He's not out of control, but he's in mess,
I'm an everyday New Yorker. I come here 5 days a week. It's not out of control. They just publicized out of control. Millions of people come here every day. It's not out of control. If it's out of control, people would be jumping. I mean, it's not too bad.
In the political arena, too much negativity.
Yeah? How do you think we can fix it?
By going back to Christian values.
You don't have to be far left. You can be right in the middle and just understand what works and what doesn't. And there doesn't have to be the level of divisiveness that there has been. And you can be kind of in the middle, but that Donnie J might get it done versus Sleepy Joe.
He's a little old. He's got to enjoy his grandchildren, move on,
It's not Biden or Trump. It's what socioeconomic group you're a member of. People have expectations if they're in a certain group and the expectations are not being met, so they feel neglected.
Maybe the market, financial, inflation, a lot of immigrants coming in, stuff like that. But come November, a big change. Trump's going to win, take over, and we'll be back to normal.
Do you think that the media has had a role to play in the divisiveness and the spiraling of this country?
Yeah, absolutely, right? The medium is the message, right? So everybody's gonna believe what is on TV, what's on Twitter, what's on the news. The more divisive you make it, the more people are gonna tie their identity to that side, and what gets seen what gets believed, right? So you gotta be an independent thinker and not just believe what's out there.
Sarah Williamson in New York City for Newsmax.
All right, Sarah, we appreciate that. Let's welcome in our friend John Bachman. You see him on Bachman Now, noon Eastern on N2 every single day, and he's been a Newsmax veteran and has been at a lot of conventions. And John, it's been great to be with you. We'll have Bianca in a couple of minutes. 8 p.m. Eastern tonight, our special coverage. This breaking news from Mark Halpern's sources. New York Times is another version of it, that maybe as early as Sunday, Biden will be stepping aside as a candidate but not resigning as president.
Yeah, earlier today on my program, Ford O'Connell said the over-under on Joe Biden was 5 days, and here we are. 5 days. It's been such a wild week. And I joked with somebody earlier this morning that I was scared to go to the bathroom because when I come back, the whole thing could change.
Your phone's blown up.
Yeah, I've never had so many text messages and notifications as this week, but it really sets up a very dynamic scenario. I think the idea of an open convention is compelling, but they still have this massive legal problem. And that's the delegates and the money belong to the Biden-Harris ticket. They go to Kamala Harris. If they don't want to have Kamala Harris...
So if he steps aside,
she inherits that, all that stuff. And then maybe they rewrite the rules. Maybe they have some creative lawyering that goes in. The money would have to be transferred to a super PAC, and then it could not be directly endorsing. You know, they can only run on the issues. It could only run ads against Donald Trump. It creates a crazy scenario, but it puts a pretty interesting backdrop to what we're going to see here tonight.
Creative lawyering by Democrats? I've never heard such a thing. In all seriousness, what do you expect? And we'll lower our voice a little bit as John was, because we hear the honor guard coming in as we get day 4 going. This is a big night. I mean, we've seen Donald Trump, but we haven't seen him. We haven't heard from him at the podium. And in his comments so far in private meetings with Republicans, he's saying basically he's a changed man. This was a near-death experience.
Sure. Well, there's been a lot of mystery surrounding on who's going to introduce Donald Trump. And I have some information for you. I saw somebody in the hallway who works with Melania Trump. So I believe that Melania will be here tonight. Maybe perhaps she's going to introduce him.
Interesting, because there's been a speculation the left is trying to fan she's not fully on board with this, and if she comes out strong, that's a big deal.
Yeah, if she comes out strong, that's a big deal. The other question is Ivanka going to be here? Is it going to be the entire family on display tonight?
Some friends of mine, and I reported this last night, said they expected her to be here. There was other reporting today saying maybe Ivanka would not be here. So we shall see. You never know. But we also, by the way, I had multiple sources spot Elon Musk around, and so I wonder if he'll wind up at the podium. He's spending $45 million a month on getting Trump elected.
Well, you think you could get some podium time for that,
You should. John, we'll see you at 8 p.m. Eastern. Thanks for being here. Quick break. We're going to be back with Bianca de la Garza. We'll set up our special coverage as night number 4, as you can see, is live and underway from Milwaukee. More right after this.
Singer Mary Milburn. This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexaderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-316-6394.
If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you might have questions about Medicare Advantage plans. Like, how is the Medicare Advantage plan different from original Medicare? The Medicare Advantage plan often offers additional benefits that original Medicare does not cover. What plan benefits are available? Plan and plan benefits vary by where you live. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. How do I check my eligibility? If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing your coverage, it's easy. Make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code. Choose the plan with the benefits that meets your needs and budget. The call and consultation are free, and there is no obligation.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
Call 800-416-7175.
Are you waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, maybe even ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. I end up going to a dentist, and he wants to charge over $600 for a night guard. That's when I found this, the Brooks Night Guard. This was a game changer. It's smaller than other night guards that I tried, which is a good thing because it doesn't make me gag. It could fit on the top or the bottom of the teeth. It's lightweight and super comfortable. Other mouth guards go all the way to the back. This allows the back teeth to continue to touch. Now this is where most of the grinding and clenching occurs. Now the Brooks Night Guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brooks Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Go to BruxNightGuard.com and order yours today. Your teeth will thank you for it in the morning.
Go to BruxNightGuard.com and use promo code BRUX23.
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox, but I was watching. Yeah, I understand you exactly, but not exactly friendly. Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really, really terrific. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are tired of Fox, and they're switching to Newsmax Plus. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need woke Disney and Hulu anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Carl Higbie. And get incredible analysis from Dick Morris, Alan Dershowitz, Carrie Lake, Mike Huckabee, and more. It's free to start. So go to NewsMaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax. Anytime, anywhere.
Got a live look at the podium right there. They're wrapping up Star Spangled Banner. We would have taken it in full if we were not in break, so but we don't want to just jump in at the end there. And we've been taking it just about every day. They start with a benediction and a prayer. And it's just been beautiful for 4 nights now. And Make America Great Once Again, of course, is the theme. Let's bring in a couple of valued colleagues. First of all, our dear friend Bianca de la Garza, host of Newswire, and the host of America Right Now, Tom Basile, joins me live as well. Welcome to you both. We got a lot of breaking news. Let's start with you, Bianca. Your thoughts on, we got a big night for Donald Trump, but there's a lot of news being made on the Democrat side. Mark Halpern's sources saying that as early as Sunday, he may be off the ticket, Joe Biden.
Yeah, that everyone close to him is saying he's more open to realizing this is the end of the road for him. Listen, I mean, the COVID diagnosis yesterday, the frailty, the visit from Katzenberg, donors.
Yeah.
All the pieces were coming together. I think today when it broke that Obama had also signaled he needs to reassess Pelosi. I mean, this is it. I also noticed they put Kamala out today, too. I think they're going to try to shine her up, folks. It was...
she was in North Carolina, right?
Yeah, making some comments. And I wonder if Donald Trump will address any of that tonight. But it's fascinating. We're going into a major speech tonight, and he actually doesn't know for sure who's at the top of the ticket.
That's right. Tom Basile, your thoughts on the breaking news about Joe Biden?
You know, I called this months ago because you saw the erosion, particularly in enthusiasm. You know, we've been looking a lot at all of these national numbers and then the statewide numbers in these swing states. But the big wild card in all of this for the Democrats has been this enthusiasm deficit that we've seen on display here in Milwaukee this week. And I think that their internal numbers have had to have shown that not that people were breaking Donald Trump's way in big numbers, but that their voters, if it was going to be Joe Biden, maybe even if it's going to be Kamala Harris, were going to start staying home. And even just an erosion of those votes by a few percentage points in those swing states means that not only would they lose the White House, but also the House and the Senate. So I think that there are a lot of different things at play here. Not just sort of the top line numbers that have forced them into this situation. I think it may take a little bit more time, but this we've seen in a United Convention here in Milwaukee. In Chicago, you could be looking at a big floor fight.
Absolutely, that would be wild. We haven't seen that, Bianca, in the modern era, like in old-fashioned. They're in smoke-filled rooms or cooking up different scenarios, but then they got to bring it out for some transparency in this day and age. Everyone wants to see what's really going on.
Do you remember a few weeks ago it was sort of floated, Jim Clyburn said, maybe there'll be a mini primary here, and then there was that donor.
Speed dating for Democrats. They're going to...
Oh, good luck with that. That's a frightening concept. All masked up. No, anyway, I digress. But, you know, there was sort of this donor memo that went out that was saying, oh, maybe we could have the real comeback and we could have people kind of, celebrities get involved. Who would Taylor Swift like? Who would that? They're desperate. They're in chaos. And tonight, galvanized, beautiful night for Donald Trump. I got a little bit of scoop from Jason Miller on a preview of the speech tonight.
What do you think?
Know that.
Tell us that.
Jason Miller telling us here on Newsline earlier today that Donald Trump is going to walk through the events at Butler and give his point of view, and he's going to share a very intimate account of what it was like during the assassination attempt.
We
that we
look
all
forward
witnessed.
to that. Our live coverage start 8 p.m. Eastern. Tom, in 30 seconds, what are you looking for from the former president tonight, sir?
I think that this speech is going to be watched by a lot of people. You know, a lot of folks have stopped watching these conventions a number of years ago. The bumps aren't as big that the candidates used to get. I think that tonight people are looking to see how this near-death experience has changed Donald Trump. And I think they're looking at not at the substance of the speech, but at the tone. And I think a lot of people across the country are going to be looking at this speech tonight.
Elon, you're right. I
Elon
told
Musk.
Bachman. So I've got multiple people say they saw Elon in the building here at the arena. I haven't put eyes on him yet. But if you're spending, what, $45 million a month, you better get a podium speaking slot, Tom and Bianca.
He's a little shy, though. I mean, I think he doesn't love it.
But if he comes out hard as an entrepreneur, that's going to be big as well. He sees this, Elon Musk, his friends say anyway, that it's an existential threat, the Biden administration, to his business and the economy. Tom Basile, thanks. We appreciate you in the days ahead between now and November. Bianca, I'll see you at 8 p.m. Eastern with Tom
I
Bachman.
cannot wait.
Guys, it's been a wonderful journey with all of you. We appreciate so many of you being here with us. It's just been remarkable. And tonight we'll hear from the former president himself. 8 p.m. Eastern. Don't turn the dial. In the meantime, stand by for the 11th Hour Report with Rob Astorino right after this.
We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
Have you ever considered getting a walk-in tub? Well, look no further. Safe Step's best offer just got better. Now, when you purchase your brand new Safe Step walk-in tub, you'll receive a free shower package. Yes, a free shower package. And if you call today, you'll also receive 15% off your entire order. Now you can enjoy the best of both worlds. The therapeutic benefits of a warm, soothing bath that can help increase mobility, relieve pain, boost energy, and even improve sleep. Or, if you prefer, you can take a refreshing shower all in one product. Call now to receive a free shower package plus 15% off your brand new Safe Step walk-in tub.
Call now, 1-800-346-6061. There's never been a better time. That's 1-800-346-6061.
I had a pretty normal mom life. Everything was pretty good, and it was a very happy life.
And we just had a new baby. And then all of a sudden, within a day or two, she's on life support and fighting for her life.
And I knew something was pretty wrong. A little less than a week after I came home, I couldn't breathe. That's when we decided to go to the hospital. I was given the diagnosis that I had peripartum cardiomyopathy, which is basically a pregnancy-induced heart failure. They told me my only chance was a heart transplant.
And the American Heart Association helped make that possible. Their research helped save me.
This could not happen without monthly donations from friends like you. Your sustained support helps fund life-saving research that leads to medical breakthroughs, like those that gave Jen a second chance at life. Heart disease is the #1 killer in America, and we urgently need your help to save lives. Go to helpheart.org or call now to become a monthly donor today. Your donation of only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, will make a difference through prevention, early detection, treatments, and cures that help save lives.
I am very thankful for the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for just every day that I get with my children.
Please go to helpheart.org or call now with your donation of just $19 a month. Join our community of monthly donors, and you'll get this limited edition t-shirt you could wear to show you're helping save lives.
One simple act today can save your life or the life of a loved one.
So please, call or go to helpheart.org now to help save lives.
Vote for America 2024. The Republican National Convention.
All right, welcome to the Leventhal Report, where they are rocking it here in Milwaukee. I'm Rob Astorino filling in for Rick Leventhal. Today is the grand finale for the 2024 Republican National Convention, but the political ground is shaking and has been for about an hour now, as Newsmax's Mark Halpern's reporting from his sources that President Biden will drop out of the race potentially this weekend. They're working on the details and the speech, but not endorse Kamala Harris, instead opting for an open convention. So this is huge news on Donald Trump's night. Mark will be with us in a little while. But right now, it's full steam ahead here at the Fiserv Forum in Milwaukee for the final night of the GOP convention. What a week it has been. A lot of fun. Tonight's theme is Make America Great Once Again. Former President Donald Trump, of course, expected to bring down the House with his big speech, which will be around 10 o'clock Eastern tonight. It'll last about an hour, they're saying. That's when he officially accepts the party's nomination. The moment is going to be a powerful one, of course, coming off just about a week ago, that assassination attempt, and it's his first time speaking in public, although he's been here every night. So everyone anticipating what he might say. All right, let us go outside the arena, where there's parties happening everywhere here, by the way. And national correspondent Mike Carter joins us live. So, Mike, how you doing out there?
Hey, Rob, we're doing great. A lot more energy outside of Fiserv Forum tonight than we've seen all week here in Milwaukee. A lot of folks, they don't want to miss tonight, right? The former president of the United States slated to give remarks here within just a few hours from now. But, Rob, we want to go back in time. 1964, the final night of the Democratic National Convention in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Taking to the convention floor that night, the sitting Attorney General of the United States, Robert F. Kennedy. He was slated to deliver remarks, but those remarks were halted by a 16-minute standing ovation. Not so much for him, but less than a year prior to that, of course, his brother, John F. Kennedy, shot dead by an assassin's bullet in Dallas, Texas. Well, the former president of the United States, Donald Trump, tonight, he will deliver remarks just 5 days removed from his own assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. Donald Trump set to deliver a speech tonight lasting more than an hour. It's reported that he will not mention the word Biden at all in this speech. Instead, it will be a speech about unity, trying to bring into the fold those never Trump voters, those folks who never gave Donald Trump a chance. Donald Trump says he has a renewed appreciation about life, about God, and where he stands now in the political atmosphere. Take a look.
It changes your attitude, your viewpoint on life, and I think, honestly, I think you appreciate God even more. Really do.
WWE legend Hulk Hogan will be speaking tonight at the RNC. Two legends in American pop culture, Donald Trump and Hulk Hogan, will take to the floor tonight. Doesn't get more American than that. Of course, echoing the sentiments of fight, fight, fight. That's what Donald Trump had to say after being shot in the ear on Saturday. Well, when you mention the word fight, No person comes to mind other than, well, Dana White, the president of the UFC. He will introduce Donald Trump tonight at the convention. It's going to be a momentous occasion. Of course, there's going to be guest stars. We're hearing rumors that Elon Musk is in the building. And as you mentioned, Rob, tonight's theme, Make America Great Once Again. We're hearing rumors that President Biden may jump out of the race. We have big names on tap for tonight, and there's a lot of energy here in Milwaukee. What is Donald Trump going to say tonight? We're all waiting with bated breath. Rob?
All right, Mike, a lot of excitement outside, a lot of excitement inside. It is building. I mean, really building. You can feel it in here, the difference every night from the beginning where people were just, you know, getting here and listening to different speakers, and it's going to culminate in a couple hours with Donald Trump. This is going to be a lot of fun. So, Mike, we will see you soon. And we will bring in just a little while the mayor of Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania, John David Longo. He will join us in a little bit. Now, why him? Well, it is because his town is right next to Butler, Pennsylvania, and I'm assuming, and I know that his team, his police department was active and involved, so we will talk to him a little bit. All right, the big news right now, Mark Halperin says sources say that Joe Biden is going to drop out of the race as early as this weekend. So this is really important, and we will have Mark Halperin in just a little bit. But right now on the stage, we've got speakers, we've got the band playing, we've got Kid Rock later. I saw Hulk Hogan outside. And boy, you know what? He still looks like he could beat somebody up. I wouldn't want to get in front of him. So we also have Tucker Carlson tonight. And of course, it ends with Donald Trump speaking tonight and the balloons dropping. Let's go out to the stage.
But House Republicans, we stand with President Trump. We stand for America, and we stand up for the flag. Because House Republicans understand we don't rule over you. We work for you. In just the last 2 years, House Republicans have passed an historic border security bill that would lock down Biden's open border. We passed legislation to unleash energy production and lower cost. We passed legislation to remove woke indoctrination from our military. We passed the Parents' Bill of Rights because we think parents ought to make decisions about how their children are educated. And we impeached Biden's failed border chief, Alejandro Mayorkas. But Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer killed those bills and blocked any progress for the American people. For the last 2 years, House Republicans have fought alone. Ladies and gentlemen, we need backup.
All right, Congressman Richard Hudson speaking to the crowd. Joining me now is the mayor of Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania, John David Longo. So Slippery Rock is not too far from Butler. About, what, 15 minutes?
30.
30 minutes, yes, okay. So your department was not involved in working with Secret Service in protecting the perimeter the day of, right?
No, sir. No, sir. Slippery Rock Borough's Police Department was not involved in the planning or the security measures for what happened. But I will tell you that they were called as an adjacent unit to come and assist in our neighboring community after the shots were fired.
So I know you and I were talking before we went on, and when I was a county executive in Westchester, whenever we would have a big event, county PD would be involved, work with national or federal or state. But we would have the county police helicopter, we would have the drones, we would, you know, be actively involved in the planning. It, to me, is inconceivable that something like this could happen. I can't imagine what you and your other elected officials in the county, what you're going through now, because right now you got a federal government that's saying, it's you guys.
Right, right. Well, I just want to tell you, from what I saw on the ground, our local law enforcement agencies that were involved did a great job. From the start that we entered, they showed concern for everyone. They even were passing out water to folks who were suffering from heat stroke, helping them get to the medical tent. So I will say this to anybody listening, and I'll say this directly to the Biden administration. The United States Secret Service was grossly negligent in this instance. And it's clear to me that you need to take a look at yourself whenever you're considering exactly what it is that went wrong here in this situation.
Don't take this the wrong way. Small police departments are not trained for these kind of events.
No,
they're
not,
not,
sir.
right?
Not at all. And they always defer, of course, to these larger entities like the Secret Service.
Correct. So, you know, for the Secret Service to not plan, or somebody to not plan and say that building over there, we should have at least uniformed police officers surrounding the building. No matter who it is, whether it's Butler, PA, Slippery Rock, or whomever, somebody should have been there. And
Yes,
it seems, like you said, gross negligence.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. It would just make sense, of course, that Overwatch or Guardian Angel position would be taken up in an instant like that. So, again, you know, I know that this administration, of course, is scrambling. It's very clear, if you see the energy here on the floor at the RNC, that this new Trump-Vance ticket is going to take home the big win. And they're trying, of course, to find a scapegoat. And unfortunately, they're pointing fingers at local police officers, men and women who wear the uniform and who are trying to protect their communities, and it's just wrong.
And your town and Butler, these guys all know each other. They're all friends.
Of course.
I mean, it's neighboring police departments, right? The hard part for Butler County, Township of Butler, these police officers, there will always, like Dallas with JFK, there's always going to be a stain, right or wrong, on what happened that day. How does Western PA, how does Butler, how do you get over that?
Sure. So I think it's really important first that we always remember to first pray. We got to pray for all of the families who were affected by this, especially the family of Hero Fire Chief Corey. I understand that right now they're at home celebrating his life. So our thoughts and prayers are going to remain with him and everybody injured. But past that, we really need to focus on the positives here. Butler County, Pennsylvania, towns like Slippery Rock, the city of Butler, etc., Cranberry Township, all of these many boroughs have so many great things to offer and great people. And I have to tell you, too, if we focus on the beauty that we saw in those horrible moments, the moments when people stood up to help one another, and I saw so much of that, I have to say. We can help to heal our community. We can show the United States, and we can show the world that we are strong and we're ready to move on from this. And more importantly, we're ready to send Donald J. Trump back to the White House.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, because the biggest gift that you could give to Donald Trump is to get out the vote in Western PA, right?
Absolutely. And I told the president that backstage right before he took stage. I said, Mr. President, Butler County is working hard for you, sir. We're going to deliver Pennsylvania to you and take it back to the White House. And I'm resolved to do that. I can tell you that we have enormous voter registration drives going on the ground, specifically the United Republicans of Butler County, Republican Women of Butler County, the Butler County Republican Committee, and Scott Pressler's Early Vote Action, all doing great work on the ground in Butler County. We were already doing the work, and now we're going to go the extra mile and make sure that it is a landslide. It is going to be a red wave in Pennsylvania.
Mayor Longo, I appreciate you stopping by, and good luck. Bring that Keystone State home.
Thank you for having me, Mr. President. We're going to do it for you, sir. Thank you.
Hey, we got a lot more of the Leventhal Report live from the arena, which is usually filled with Bucks fans, but this week everyone here, they're rooting for the Elephants. We'll be right back. Thank you.
You served your country with honor. Now get the benefits you've rightfully earned. Paul R. Lawrence has written the book every veteran should own, Veterans Benefits for You. This step-by-step guide breaks down what you need to know, from financial compensation and disabilities to information for dependents and parents. This book is a must-read for all servicemen and women. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call the number on your screen or go online to order.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for enrollment in a Medicare Advantage plan, so make sure you know your Medicare ABCs. You may be familiar with Medicare Parts A and B, but if you are thinking about Part C, also called a Medicare Advantage plan, speak with a licensed insurance agent to see what plans and benefits are available in your area. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code, and a licensed insurance agent will walk you through the entire process. It's that easy.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
For a free, no-obligation consultation,
call 800-480-8716.
Some breaking news. Famed political strategist Dick Morris says Donald Trump is running for president. Few people know President Trump better than Dick Morris. For years, Morris has served as his top advisor. Now, in his new bestseller, The Return, Dick reveals Trump's secret plan for 2024, his real reason for running, and his coming surprise announcement. Dick says Trump still faces 3 threats, but Biden can never be reelected. Newsmax calls The Return the only political book you need to read. It's already an Amazon #1 bestseller. If you want to see Trump's plan, Dick Morris shares it. Big media, big tech, and the deep state all want to stop Trump. But The Return shows they'll fail, and Trump will triumph. Get Dick Morris's The Return in bookstores everywhere, or see the free offer from Newsmax. Go online or call today.
Okay, we're in Brew City, Milwaukee, where tonight's it, day 4. And it's the big one. It's what everyone's been waiting for, right? Donald J. Trump. He gives his speech. I'm Rob Astorino, and I'm glad you're with me here on the Leventhal Report. So joining me now is former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson's presidential campaign manager and national GOP strategist, Rob Burgess. So welcome, Rob.
Thank you, Rob.
So, yeah, I can't forget your name.
It's easy.
Tell me about the primaries first. Let's go backwards, right? So former Governor Hutchinson was in the race. There was a crowded field. What was your thinking? What was his thinking going up against the Goliath that's going to be on the stage in a few hours?
Sure. Well, first off, having worked for President Trump, that was a great honor of my life, and I'm so happy that he's our nominee. But what I was thinking was very much similar to what Asa Hutchinson was thinking, and it was that he had a vision and an idea that he thought Americans at least deserved to hear.
Mm-hmm.
Might not have been accepted, might not have been well received, but he thought that they at least needed to hear it. And that was sort of why I went into it and why he went into it. And ultimately, probably in 2008, 2012, he would have been a great nominee.
Yeah.
But the party has changed since then, and Asa Hutchinson is back to his own life.
And it's hard to get heard, as everybody has found out in 2016 and in 2024 when Donald Trump is in the race.
He's a master showman. He's a great communicator. I think he's going to be ranked in the top 2 or 3, right next to Ronald Reagan in our party's history and our country's history as being great communicator presidents.
So what'd you think of the convention so far? I mean, it's been very well choreographed. The list of speakers has been very impressive tonight. Another good list on tap.
Well, kudos to the Trump team and to RNC Host Convention Milwaukee for putting on a fantastic show. Run of show's been great. They've been timely every night, but more importantly, too, look at the production value, right?
Yeah, no, it's great.
We dealt with this arena for the debate a year ago, right? And we had to turn it around and be prepared after ending basketball season just a few weeks ago, and they did a fantastic job, and it seems like all the delegates are really well receptive here.
So what do you want to hear Donald Trump say tonight, and how should he say it? Because in 16, when we were in Cleveland, it was lock her up. A very different campaign and very different time. This time, the speech was ripped up, he said, and he basically wrote it, and I know his speechwriter very, very well. And they said, you're going to like this tonight.
Well, no, I think we are going to like it. And as much as we want to hear that bombastic Donald Trump, as much as we want to hear that passion, I think he's going to show us something new. I think Saturday probably changed him a little bit. I think it changed him for the better. I think he now realizes that he also has the responsibility to act as a healer-in-chief. And what happened Saturday requires our country, our party, and the rest of the world to really take stock in who's ready to lead, who's ready to wrap their arms around us and say, I can be here for you.
Mark Halperin from Newsmax, he broke the story about 2 hours ago that his sources in the Democratic Party say Joe Biden will step down, and probably this weekend. that changes everything. You know, I've always said I'd rather just keep Joe Biden right in there. You know who he is. You know his record. Now you don't know. I mean, everyone makes fun of Kamala Harris. Maybe, definitely. Horrible record. But who knows?
Who knows? You know, if Joe Biden steps down, is he really fit to continue serving as president?
Yeah, it's a
right?
totally
And
separate
so
question.
it's a whole nother bag. And so Kamala Harris is obviously vetting VP potentials, but it could change convention in Chicago in a few weeks, too.
Absolutely. Yeah, and it could bring back the Democratic base, bring back to life, because right now they are moribund.
But this is scaring them right now.
Oh,
what they're
scaring the heck
seeing
out of
here
them.
in
Yeah.
Milwaukee is scaring the ever-living hell out of the Democrats right now. So.
Absolutely right. Robert, it's good to see you, man.
Thanks, Rob.
All right, thank you very much. Don't go anywhere, folks. We got a lot more to go in the Leventhal Report, live from the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. We'll be right back.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you might have questions about Medicare Advantage plans. Like, how is the Medicare Advantage plan different from original Medicare? The Medicare Advantage plan often offers additional benefits that original Medicare does not cover. What plan benefits are available? Plan and plan benefits vary by where you live. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. How do I check my eligibility? If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing your coverage, it's easy. Make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code. Choose the plan with the benefits that meets your needs and budget. The call and consultation are free, and there is no obligation.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
Call 800-416-7175.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Water is the essence of life, but mix it with 100-mile-an-hour winds, and it becomes the most destructive force on the planet. On August 23, 2005, Hurricane Katrina was born off the coast of the Bahamas. Katrina rapidly gained speed over the Caribbean's warm waters, and by the time it hit the Florida coastline on August 25th, it was a Category 1 hurricane with winds of 75 miles per hour. Once over land, Katrina weakened, but the warm Gulf waters doubled its size and strength, making it a Category 5 hurricane with sustained winds of 175 miles per hour. 4 days later, Katrina slammed into the coastlines of Mississippi and Louisiana, and raining death, destruction, and havoc over a radius stretching 120 miles from its center, with record-breaking surges of 28 feet. Together with torrential rainfall of 16 inches or more, Hurricane Katrina cut a path of devastation through Kentucky, Alabama, Georgia, Ohio, Florida, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Even the levees built by the Army Corps of Engineers to protect New Orleans proved no match for Katrina's vengeance. In 50 different locations, the levees failed, allowing billions of gallons of water to pour into New Orleans, leaving 80% of the city and 100,000 homes and buildings underwater. With ease, the massive hurricane lifted ships from their harbors and deposited them on hilltops, while ravaging railroads, highways, bridges, and farmlands along the way. Before it was through, Hurricane Katrina ravaged 7 states, leaving behind 1,800 people dead and damages of $125 billion, making it, at the time, the costliest and most deadly storm in American history. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
All right, welcome back to the Leventhal Report. I'm Rob Astorino. We are live, as we've been all week, in Milwaukee. A couple hours ago, the political landscape kind of shifted a lot because Mark Halperin, our analyst here at Newsmax, just broke the news that his sources say Joe Biden is going to drop out of the race as early as this weekend. So we bring in the source. That's Mark Halperin. So Mark, first of all, let's go back to a couple hours ago. Tell us what you're hearing from the Biden campaign, and then what has changed, if anything, since then.
A guy who is always sticking with his decisions, but I can tell you what I'm being told by people who are familiar with where he is right now, which is he wants to yield to the reality and give up the nomination. He wants to stay on as president and finish his term. And that could be announced by him as early as this weekend. They're still walking through a plan proposed by senior people in the party, which would call for no endorsement of Kamala Harris. She's in the process, I'm told, or people around her is of vetting potential running mates for her. And then it would be an open convention. Now, an open convention would mean that the Democratic delegates, who are Biden-Harris delegates, would pick the nominee. And there are people in her world who say this is better. An endorsement would be, she'd be the creature of the unpopular Joe Biden. Better to go earn it. Now, she may not have any opposition. I've talked to one of the potentially frequently named candidates who says, no, that person, man or woman, says, no, I would not run against Kamala Harris. But otherwise, you've got the prospect of a contested convention. Some might run with running mates. Some might run on their own. Some Democrats who are in favor of this plan say, maybe the top two team up to create the excitement of these are the people have spoken, the delegates on behalf of the voters have spoken. We'll see. But Joe Biden's decision to leave is obviously the biggest part of this because it opens up the nomination to someone else, whether it's Kamala Harris or somebody else.
Does Kamala Harris realize how unpopular she is? And do the rest of the Democrats realize that?
Well, she's unpopular, but...
Is it because she's with Biden?
Well, that's part of it. She's also not been a strong performer.
Yeah.
And part of why Joe Biden was so reluctant to stand aside was because he knows she's not ready. I believe he doesn't think she's ready to be president. But he thinks that's true of the other people who are most frequently named, that the notion that they could, from a standing start, most of whom unknown to the American people, could raise the money, hire the staff, face off against Donald Trump. So is she the best equipped of anyone else besides Joe Biden to be the nominee? I think she might be, although, again, she's got some real flaws, not just being unpopular, but that can change. You think about other vice presidents. Vice presidents are generally, she's more unpopular than most, but she's also the first woman. And so I think that the hope for those who believe she will be the nominee and want her to be is that in this new role, with the excitement, with some of Joe Biden's baggage, with some additional baggage that he doesn't have, but most importantly, without his baggage, she has a better chance to win. 70% of Democrats won't say we don't want Kamala Harris to be the nominee. That's a big difference. And if you think about why is Joe Biden behind by whatever it is he's behind, that's a big part of it. So removing that. I just talked to Alex Castellanos, one of the most experienced Republican strategists. He thinks if Harris chooses a good running mate, they could go ahead. Now, he doesn't think that'll sustain, but he thinks a good running mate selection, a good convention, could vault them. And imagine the shot in the arm to Democrats, even if the lead doesn't hold. The shot in the arm for fundraising, for grassroots support, for belief in that they made the right decision, that could be significant.
It brings them back to life. Yeah. You know, we're here, and it's a room full of elephants. It's exciting, and everyone's seeing all the positive. What we forget is how fast that narrative could change. And half the country doesn't like Donald Trump, right? Well, any other Republican, he would probably be up by 10 against Biden.
Correct.
But the Democrats will get the media saying how wonderful Kamala Harris is, you know, all the historic stuff and blah, blah, blah.
Pro-choice, historic. I'll tell you the other thing. I don't know which way this would cut. What if Donald Trump is sentenced to prison?
Yeah.
You know, we have a sentencing coming up. People have kind of lost sight of that. What if he's sentenced to prison? And she goes around the country saying, do you want the prosecutor or the convict?
Right.
You know? So I think people who don't like her, and I've known her a long time, and I know her strengths and weaknesses. And again, she is the opposite of a red light performer. She does not do well under pressure. But maybe she rises to the occasion. And, I mean, if you're saying you're a political science class and you say, okay, you're the one nominee of one party, and the nominee of the other party's in prison, you'd feel like, yeah, I got a pretty good shot at this one.
In a normal world.
In a normal world.
But most people don't know what vice presidents do. She's had one job, the border. And that's one of the top issues in the country.
To be honest, she's had more jobs than that.
Yeah, but that's what people...
no question. And don't minimize, as I know you're not, the challenge of defending the record on the border, but not just the border, inflation, everything people don't like. But I do think she has an opportunity that Joe Biden doesn't have, which is to come up with a few policies that are new. When Biden comes up with new policies, people say, it's an election year doing it. If she can come up with policies that separate herself a little bit in some way, ideologically in some way, from Joe Biden and say, hey, I love Joe Biden, who's a great president. This is my agenda. She can do that. I don't think Biden can do that at this point.
It would be an accelerated campaign because, you know, a couple of months is all she has to separate and become Kamala Harris.
But every day she'll have an opportunity because she'll be covered no matter what she does.
Yeah.
So,
all right, vice president becomes potentially presidential nominee. She then has to pick somebody to run with.
Yeah.
Who's the most logical pick?
Well, the person I'm told she's looking at, one is Scotty Beshear, the governor of Kentucky.
Why?
Young, more moderate, a good record of governing.
Can't you get that from Pennsylvania, Shapiro?
Well, she could, and that's another name for sure. Now, look, let's just be honest about America. Shapiro's Jewish.
Yeah.
And my joke whenever people suggest a Harris-Shapiro ticket is, best way to beat Donald Trump with a black and a Jew. That's the way to do it. I mean, look, I just be honest about America. Will some people be inspired by the notion of a Jewish vice president? Absolutely, fantastic. Will some people say, I'm not voting for a Jewish person for vice president? It's just the reality of where we are.
Well, her base seems pretty anti-Semitic.
Well, I mean, maybe, but they're just the difference between people who are concerned about Israel and people who are anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
You just can't ignore the fact. When Joe Lieberman was a vice presidential candidate, there were people who loved it and there were people who expressed reservations about it. When Mitt Romney ran, First Mormon, it's just a reality, unfortunately, of Americans that don't like other people of other religions sometimes. Shapiro's a great choice for a lot of Democrats. So's Beshear. My guess is, again, if my source was right, that there are 4 people under consideration. I'd be surprised if those weren't 2 of the 4.
What about Mr. California?
Can't have 2 Californians for the same reason you can't have 2 Floridians because of the Electoral College.
He's been working, but can't they find a way? Is there legal residence
What
Virginia?
the Trump people found is
DC.
It's a risk because the courts could say no, and you risk losing the electoral votes. Also, I have to say those 2 aren't the best of friends. Those 2 are not the best of friends. They're it's like familiarity breeds a little bit contempt.
Yeah.
Maybe Gretchen Whitmer. People have talked about the excitement of an all-women ticket, doubling down on some of that.
Is America ready for that?
Good question. So I think a young, maybe Governor Cooper of North Carolina. I think a young male governor who's a little bit more moderate. Vice President today was in North Carolina. She spent a ton of time there. They believe that she may be more popular in North Carolina than Biden is, maybe. And Cooper's governor, if he could bring that state the way Shapiro might be able to bring Pennsylvania, those are some serious electoral votes.
These are crazy times, man.
Crazy times. I predicted that we'd have 3 more exciting, dramatic, unpredictable turns. We had the debate.
Right.
I predicted 5 total. So we had the debate. We had the assassination attempt. Maybe we have Biden stepping down if my sources are right. Got 2 more to go. Maybe Trump going to prison. That could be one of the
Nobody would be
ones.
shocked at anything.
Correct. Shouldn't
you did
be.
Great job.
Thank you, sir.
We'll see what happens, but I have no doubt to believe that you're right on this. So, Mark Halpern, great.
Thank you, Rob.
Okay. Much more to do here. The band is getting ready. You've got former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. He's coming up in just a few minutes. We will cover that, carry that. We got a lot more to do. So the bottom line is, do not go anywhere. We're here in Milwaukee. We're bringing it all for you. Stay with us on N2.
Hi, folks. We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
With unique traditions, timeless charm, and dedicated fans, no wonder Wrigley Field's nicknamed the Friendly Confines. Located on the north side of Chicago, Wrigley Field is the oldest park in the National League, and not only home to the Chicago Cubs, but it's played host to countless baseball legends. It was here Babe Ruth produced one of baseball's most storied moments, the called shot. During a rowdy game with the Cubs, the Yankee slugger allegedly pointed to center field and promptly blasted a home run to that very spot. And Lou Gehrig first captured national attention while playing here in an all-star high school baseball game. The 17-year-old Gehrig hit 2 home runs, including a 9th-inning grand slam clear out of the park. Named after chewing gum magnate William Wrigley, not much changed at Wrigley Field over the decades. It was the last park in Major League Baseball to get lights by 40 years. The hand-operated center field scoreboard, erected in 1937, maintains landmark status. And no stadium in baseball has ivy-covered outfield walls. The ivy hanging there today dates all the way to the 1930s. It has never been replaced. When a batter on either side gets a ball stuck in the ivy, he's awarded a ground rule double. Another distinguishing characteristic here is the basket, a net lining the top of the wall after a wild 1969 season. The netting prevented the park's famed bleacher bums from jumping onto the field and causing chaos. Today, the basket catches overzealous modern-day bleacher bums from going over the
Our border, our southern border, closed. It may seem like a long time ago, but when we took office, there were people's heads being cut off at the beaches. We destroyed ISIS and its caliphate. And you know, here's another fun fact. We never lost our Secretary of Defense for 2 weeks either. You'll remember, for those 4 years, the evil of Vladimir Putin was held at bay. When we walked out, January of 2021, the Iranian regime was afraid, and the people of Israel were strong and secure, and we treated them like the friend and ally that they need to be. Everywhere we went, religious freedom was protected. We held 3 summits in North Korea, and North Korea was quieted. We had begun we'd begun an honorable exit from Afghanistan, and not a single Chinese spy balloon flew across the United States of America. 4 years. Had I been the Secretary of State and a Chinese spy balloon flew across our country, I would have been the former Secretary of State, and rightfully so. You know, under President Trump, the Chinese Communist Party, which to this day presents the greatest threat to our nation from outside of our country, we confronted it like never before. Look, ladies and gentlemen, in short, we put America first every single day. "42 months on, what has Joe Biden and Kamala Harris done? And their leftist handlers, what have they delivered to us for security and prosperity? Almost nothing. Let's start with this. You saw some of them last night. 13 new Gold Star families from Afghanistan. As an Army veteran, I want to speak to everybody who served in Afghanistan. I'm disgusted by the Biden administration's incompetent pullout from that country. To those of you who served there, know this. Know that your service was honorable, that you saved American lives, and that the Pompeos love and admire you for what you did for America. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of you. Every one of you has served in uniform, and the families of those, you deserve a president who will not check his watch while he is honoring our fallen brothers and sisters. It was indecent. And of course, it was that very weakness we saw in Afghanistan that prompted Putin's butchery in Ukraine. Last week, we saw what it meant. A children's hospital bombed, innocents killed. It did not have to be. And now, of course, a second war in Gaza. President Biden won't even talk about the fact that Americans are still being held there by the Iranian regime. Contrast that with what we did when Americans were wrongfully held. President Trump sent me to North Korea to bring home 3 American pastors. We brought them home. We brought them home along with dozens of other hostages, and we did so without paying 1 single penny to the terrorists. And what about Iran today? When Joe Biden eased up on President Trump's maximum pressure campaign, we gave money to the Ayatollah so he could cut more checks to the genocidal maniacs who conducted barbaric attacks in Israel. And now, of course, closer to home, a massive national security challenge. Our southern border is a welcome mat. It's a welcome mat for Islamist terrorists, drug dealers, Chinese spies, and violent criminals. Ladies and gentlemen, President Biden put it in our schools as well.
Found himself.
He's weaponized the justice system against our political opponents.
100,000 pounds of fuel. At liftoff, 360,000 pounds of
to the pro-Hamas radicals on our streets here inside the United States. And even worse, today this administration treats illegals better than our own citizens. That is indecent. And the entire administration has failed to tell us the truth that we all know and is so dangerous to our nation, the truth that Joe Biden can't handle that 3 a.m. phone call. Indeed, he won't take a phone call after about 4 p.m. My call to you tonight is really straightforward. It's really simple. We can't trust the Biden administration, and that means we have work to do to uphold American values. It is up to those of us in the room tonight and those of you watching tonight. Donald Trump will every day, I saw it firsthand, he will put America first. So let's do what's right and what's important. Let's elect a president who isn't ashamed of our nation and will never apologize for our country. And when we do, we will put a strong America First leader back in the White House. We'll re-elect Donald J. Trump, and we will make America special, exceptional, and of course, great again. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our veterans and the United States of America. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pastor Lorenzo Sewell from Michigan.
Okay, all the warm-ups. It's all about Donald Trump tonight. He'll speak at around 10 p.m. Eastern. Of course, we'll carry that. Duh. But make sure you watch everything here on N2 because we've got all the speakers and some really good ones. Hulk Hogan, by the way. Kid Rock is going to be performing later, and I got a chance to see him warm up, so it's going to be really, really fun. Anyway, okay, something a little different. Let's break up all this political stuff for a moment. Wait a minute, my phone is ringing. Hold on, I've got great reception. I must have Patriot Mobile. It's the Chief Operating Officer is with us. We got Glenn and Jenny, both stories, good stories. Glenn and Jenny's story of Patriot. So first of all, tell us about Patriot. I mean, what I love, because so many people think, oh, I got to go with the big ones, AT&T or T-Mobile, and they give a lot of my money that I would give to them each month, and they give it to all these charities that I would never want a nickel of my money going to. So you came up with a good idea.
Well, you know, 11 years ago, we just we started a business, Patriot Mobile, and you know what it was? We just wanted to provide an alternative on the good side, right? And what's interesting is God has just blessed it. We're up millions of %. You know, let's say in the last 10 years, 10x, or last 5 years, 4 years, 10x, and it's just God's blessings is the way I want to say it. It's an alternative to the other guys.
And by the way, it's not easy starting a company.
Oh, no.
Especially a company with a purpose that not everyone believes in, but that there is, and I really do believe, there is a need in this country for people to have a choice.
Oh, that's absolutely right. We're providing that choice. Sorry, my voice is gone because I've been talking the whole time.
And she talks a lot, you know?
Oh, man, this has been amazing. We are so blessed to be at this convention. But, yeah, we're providing that alternative. We want to provide hope and courage and strength, and we hope that we can encourage other Christian conservative companies to finally come out and be bold in their mission. And we've done quite well. I mean, God is blessing us, and that's what we have to say. Every morning when I wake up, I say, this is not my company. This is God's company. Amen. And I say that every morning, and I say that out throughout the day. Anytime I can, I'm thinking I am his servant. And we are, our clients are, we call our customers our members because they are members of this amazing movement. And this movement is here.
Yeah, and that's right.
Yeah.
They come to us for the mission, right? They look at it and they say, hey, here's what we're doing. We're an alternative. They look at what we do and they say, oh, we want to be a part of it.
Yeah.
So tell me where your money goes. I mean, what are you supporting? What causes?
Well, we have First Amendment, Second Amendment, pro-life, military, and first responders. We have a page on our website. It lists all our causes. Every one of those causes is amazing. It's things that we focus on those that are doing good in this world. So they're very, very well vetted, and they're names that you really do know. For example, right now at the RNC, we have the pink bus that's out there. We're sponsoring Penny Nance and the Concerned Women for America.
I saw that bus. They have signatures over it, right?
Yes, it does. Signatures all over it, but there's a Patriot Mobile sticker on the back of it.
And make sure you put your name on the Patriot Mobile sticker.
I gotta get out there.
I'd love to see that.
Where'd you get the jacket? I love it.
You know, I got it at a 5 and dime store. Now, you know what? This is a friend of mine's company. It's called Threads West. And you know what? He brings this fabric in, and it's actually very affordable.
Patriot Mobile, where do we go? What's the website?
It's www.patriotmobile.com, or you can call 972-PATRIOT.
972-PATRIOT, okay.
Yep. Yeah,
we appreciate you stopping by. It was so good to see you guys.
Oh, it's our honor to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Love what you do. Keep up the good work.
Yeah.
You too.
Thank you.
We're set when the right causes.
Amen.
Yes, we are.
Amen.
We're fighting.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. We will have much more to come here in Milwaukee. This is the home of the Milwaukee Bucks. But as I said earlier, you got a lot of elephants running around here today listening to great speeches. So stick with us here on the Leventhal Report. Rob Astorino in Milwaukee. We'll be right back.
Are you waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, maybe even ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. I end up going to a dentist and he wants to charge over $600 for a night guard. That's when I found this, the Brooks night guard. This was a game changer. It's smaller than other night guards that I tried, which is a good thing because it doesn't make me gag. It could fit on the top or the bottom of the teeth. It's lightweight and super comfortable. Other mouth guards go all the way to the back. This allows the back teeth to continue to touch. Now this is where most of the grinding and clenching occurs. Now the Brooks night guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brooks Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Go to brooksnightguard.com and order yours today. Your teeth will thank you for it in the morning.
Go to brooksnightguard.com and use promo code Brooks23.
How'd it happen?
She showed up dead on arrival.
This never gets easier.
It does when you call CarShield before your car breaks down. Look at these prices. The camshaft, transmission, engine.
Don't people know? A plan through CarShield could protect up to 5,000 parts and systems.
You hate to see it.
An out-of-warranty car is gonna break down eventually.
Right, which is why they need a plan through CarShield. Those expensive repair bills get paid and at the mechanic of their choice. They're notifying the family.
Poor guy, he doesn't even know what's coming.
Another victim of senselessly expensive repair bills. Can't save them all.
But we can keep trying. Didn't have to end this way. If he'd have just called CarShield before his car broke down.
Exactly.
Protect yourself from the unprecedented rise in cost for parts and repairs. Call now to save money with your price lock guarantee. Call CarShield now. Call 800-282-1417.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for enrollment in a Medicare Advantage plan, so make sure you know your Medicare ABCs. You may be familiar with Medicare Parts A and B, but if you are thinking about Part C, also called a Medicare Advantage plan, speak with a licensed insurance agent to see what plans and benefits are available in your area. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code, and a licensed insurance agent will walk you through the entire process. It's that easy.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
For a free, no-obligation consultation,
call 800-480-8716.
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox, but I was watching. Yeah, I understand you exactly, but not exactly friendly. Greg Kelly over at Newsmax, the Newsmax people have been really, really terrific. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are tired of Fox, and they're switching to Newsmax Plus. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need woke Disney and Hulu anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Carl Higbie. And get incredible analysis from Dick Morris, Alan Dershowitz, Carrie Lake, Mike Huckabee, and more. It's free to start. So go to NewsMaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
We're doing the YMCA. That's what's happening here. Ed's doing it too. Ed who? Ed Henry, of course. He'll be with me in just a moment. But President Donald Trump will make his entrance in a little while, sit in his box. Melania Trump will be here tonight. His family, Eric, is going to speak as well. You got Hulk Hogan speaking, Dana White speaking. It's going to be a lot of fun. Kid Rock performing. And then, of course, it culminates at 10 o'clock Eastern or thereabouts with the 45th president trying to become the 47th president, not mentioning the name apparently in his speech of the current president, who may not be running anymore, as we just heard from Mark Halperin say. So it's all craziness here in Milwaukee, but it's also fun. Ed Henry, are you having fun?
Yeah, that's why we're dancing a little bit. Have you seen the former president? He does that little thing
yeah.
with his arms when he doesn't try. Sometimes he's just sort of...
Oh, this is Back in Black, AC/DC. Apparently he's coming into this, so maybe he's coming into the arena right now.
Oh, he might be entering.
This is his entrance song, I was told.
All right, we'll see.
But we'll see.
Look, it's going to be exciting. You're going to have Kid Rock here tonight. I heard him during the rehearsal.
Yeah, that was fun.
And he's got that song, what is it, American Badass? So I think that probably defines Donald J. Trump. And I think what I heard in the rehearsal was some new lyrics about Saturday. Oh, and you're right. They're introducing the next president, they say, of the United States. So I think
let's see if we can pick it up. He should be coming right down there. We'll pick it up. There he comes.
And
he's got the red tie on, of course.
It's very UFC-like, the entrance every night, and that's why Dana White, who founded UFC, will be here tonight, because they're a mind meld. They're very close friends, in all seriousness.
Yeah, I think tonight, you know, we've had a lot of the softer side, a lot of the problems going on in the country. Do you think it gets back to a little bit of macho-ness tonight?
That's going to be one of the questions. He has signaled himself in some newspaper interviews. He's been careful not to go on camera because they wanted the on-camera to be tonight, and they didn't want to spoil that. And he's been saying, I'm going to rewrite the speech and make it more about unity, but let's face it. Donald Trump is a counterpuncher, as we know, and he makes no bones about that. And frankly, that's his appeal with a lot of his supporters. So he'll walk a line. I suspect there'll be a balance. If Donald Trump came out tonight and just said, let's feed the world, let's sing Kumbaya, everyone would say it's not authentic. And what did Dave Bossie and Corey Lewandowski say in their book some years ago? Let Trump be Trump.
Right.
And that's how you win. If you try to change him, people know it's inauthentic.
Yes, but last Saturday changed everything, and I'm wondering where that plays.
Yeah, and where I think it plays is maybe there's a way to be tough, and you say macho, but you can also lower the temperature on the rhetoric.
Yeah.
And there's an easy way I think you do it. I want to get down to business. I want to secure the border. I want to tame inflation. I want to make us American energy dominant. Those are issues, as you know, Rob. It's not name calling. It's not personal attacks. It's I want to be president, not to be macho. Yeah, there'll be some counterpunching in order to get things done. But he has a big agenda, and he might have the mandate if there's a landslide to get it done.
I don't know about you, but I think he's looked a little tired the last several nights.
I agree, and what I was about to say is that if you look at him, and that's John Neoporti, who's his head pro at Trump International in West Palm. They've been friends for a long time. I think when I saw him walk out there, the former president looked the best he has in the last few days. And look, part of it is the Secret Service, the lead agent who tackled him. I'm told he's bruised on one side of his body because he went right to the ground.
I was saying that. He was gingerly walking the last several days. It very well could be. All right.
We'll
Ed,
have live coverage in a minute.
Yep. Continues Donald Trump and the rest of the night right here on N2. So you enjoy everything from Milwaukee. I'm Rob Astorino for Rick Leventhal. Have a great night.
We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
We must begin by acknowledging a hard truth. We will not eradicate violent conflict in our lifetimes. There will be times when nations, acting individually or in concert, will find the use of force not only necessary, but morally justified. For make no mistake, evil does exist in the world. A nonviolent movement could not have halted Hitler's armies. Negotiations cannot convince al-Qaeda's leaders to lay down their arms. To say that force may sometimes be necessary is not a call to cynicism, it is a recognition of history, the imperfections of man, and the limits of reason. The United States of America has helped underwrite global security for more than 6 decades with the blood of our citizens and the strength of our arms. We have borne this burden not because we seek to impose our will. We have done so out of enlightened self-interest, because we seek a better future for our children and grandchildren, and we believe that their lives will be better if others' children and grandchildren can live in freedom and prosperity.
If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you might have questions about Medicare Advantage plans. Like, how is the Medicare Advantage plan different from original Medicare? The Medicare Advantage plan often offers additional benefits that original Medicare does not cover. What plan benefits are available? Plan and plan benefits vary by where you live. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. How do I check my eligibility? If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing your coverage, it's easy. Make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code. Choose the plan with the benefits that meets your needs and budget. The call and consultation are free, and there is no obligation.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
Call 800-416-7175.
You served your country with honor. Now get the benefits you've rightfully earned. Paul R. Lawrence has written the book every veteran should own, Veterans Benefits for You. This step-by-step guide breaks down what you need to know, from financial compensation and disabilities to information for dependents and parents. This book is a must-read for all service.
Good evening, Patriots, live from Milwaukee, night number 4 at the Republican National Convention. It's been remarkable already, and we haven't even gotten to the main event, and I think main event is appropriate when you have Dana White of UFC part of the program, along with Hulk Hogan, by the way. We'll explain. There's a lot of interesting characters. Kid Rock, and oh, by the way, is Elon Musk headed to the stage in a little while? Stay tuned for that. It's a little tease. Bianca de la Garza, John Bachman, and Ed Henry here. Guys, it's been a wonderful 4 days, now into the 4th night. It's great to be with both of you.
It's great to be back, and it's hard to kind of overstate how big this night is going to be for Donald Trump. We're going to see him emerge, speak in a big forum like this for the first time since that assassination attempt. We're actually going to get to hear the unity speech we've heard so much about all week.
Well, we'll see if it's unity mixed with some shots at the man he likes to call Crooked Joe and Sleepy Joe, Bianca, because I think there's going to be a little bit of a balancing act. John frames it perfectly. We're just a few days since this horrific assassination attempt. There was a memorial service in Pennsylvania because this 50-year-old man was just remarkable, a former firefighter, a fire leader in his community in Western Pennsylvania, and that could have been Donald Trump. And the former president has been saying to supporters here in the last couple of days, as you see a very festive atmosphere as we've seen in Milwaukee all week long, there's also been, you know, some calm and some reflection, and the former president himself has said, but for God, I would not be here, and I'm rewriting the speech to reflect that focus on unity that John mentioned. But let's face it, Donald Trump's a counterpuncher. He wouldn't have been president the first time without being a counterpuncher and being tough, and we might get a mix of that.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to speak with his senior advisor, Jason Miller, and he said, yeah, the humdinger, as he called it, Trump said, of his speech has been ripped up, and he did share with me today exclusively that there will be Donald Trump recounting what it was like standing on that stage and being shot at. And I think that's going to be silence in this crowd as people hang on his every word. And you talk about him being so tough. He actually, folks, if you're just joining us here at 8 o'clock East Coast, he just walked out a few minutes ago, and he looked great. We heard Trump tough last night from his son, Donald Trump Jr. Tonight it will be his son, Eric Trump, who will be speaking as well. And, you know, we heard the Teamsters at the beginning of the week saying that he's the toughest SOB. So, I mean, there is this arc of being tough, but it's also being tough for this nation. I think we will hear the words fight, fight, fight again, and I think we will see that iconic photo now, which will be in history books forever. And tonight, again, this speech will be, I think, cemented in history books as well.
That's right.
For eternity.
And music has been a key part of this. Lee Greenwood, who kicked off the first night when he surprised all of us by playing God Bless the USA and bringing the former president the first time on Monday night. We had really gotten a real close look at him in this arena since the horrific events of Saturday. So Lee Greenwood will be performing again tonight, we're told, and Kid Rock as well. And both of us were here, all three of us were here for the rehearsal. And it sounds like American Badass has some new lyrics, such as fist in the air.
Yeah,
and
fight, Trump, Trump, Trump. And I will say, Kid Rock doesn't pull any punches during the sound check. I mean, he was really into it,
It sounded
around.
like a concert.
He sounded pretty excited to be here tonight.
You've met him before, right, in person?
I have.
Yeah, he seems like a cool. I've never interviewed him.
His real name is Bobby.
Yeah, he just said, when you, what do I call you, Kid? He says, just call me Bobby.
No one knows. Everyone calls him Kid. But there's another major breaking story as we speak. And I think it's connected to the Republican convention and how successful it's been so far, Bianca. It's been 4 straight days of the Republicans pounding a very hopeful, optimistic message. They're bringing in young voters, Hispanic voters, black voters. We've heard the Gold Star families that you've been talking about who felt left out, that Joe Biden wouldn't even acknowledge these 13 American heroes killed in Afghanistan. We've heard about Biden migrant crime, the border crisis. And all of that has put Donald Trump in a strong position, has made it worse and worse for Joe Biden. And now Mark Halperin's sources are telling us tonight that as early as Sunday, Joe Biden may be jumping off the ticket. He may be getting out of this race.
Incredible, right? What a news cycle we're living in. Joe Biden, I don't know, you know, there's also this talk if he comes down and he steps down, which he has to be the person to decide. It can be Pelosi and it can be Schumer pushing him and finally Obama today, but he's the one who has to decide. And if he does, the polling has shown that, you know, other people do better, maybe not Kamala, but then what do they do with Kamala? So she was talking about yesterday debating J.D. Vance. So, I mean, it's really a fascinating 24 hours. You can't turn off the news, folks. You have to keep it on Newsmax every single minute of every single day because it does twist and turn. And remember, he's isolated, so he's at his home in Rehoboth sitting on this and probably watching the convention tonight. I wonder what Joe Biden is thinking right now.
Isolated in more ways than one.
Yes.
I mean, now you have Nancy Pelosi, you have Chuck Schumer, you have most of the Democratic leadership coming out against him.
Raskin today.
Jamie Raskin, so there's
a liberal
that.
stalwart.
Yeah, and real sign of bravery, Jamie Raskin coming around like the,
after
the
30 or 40.
Yeah, real brave, Jamie Raskin. But look, you know, one of the things I think, and I've talked to a few people about this, what does happen? What does the strategy mean? What does this mean for the campaign? And, you know, they want to emphasize the fact that no matter who is at the top of the ticket, the policies are going to be the same, and thus the results will be the same.
And it's very interesting because the polls that you mentioned largely show that Donald Trump can beat either Joe Biden or Kamala Harris by about the same margin. If they get a Gavin Newsom or someone else, maybe, I stress maybe, they'd have a better shot. We simply don't know until we see what the ticket is. But you've pointed out, John, that it's not so simple to go around Kamala Harris. Though all of those delegates and the $100 million or so they have in the bank is earmarked to Biden-Harris, not Gavin Newsom, not Gretchen Whitmer.
Right, and from what I understand, I'm not a lawyer, but talking to a couple of lawyers about this, if that money were to be accessed by anyone or anything other than the Biden-Harris campaign, they would have to do something like put it in a super PAC, which means you couldn't have a specific ad on behalf of Kamala Harris advocating for her. They would be these attack ads that could hit Donald Trump, but it would not be a traditional campaign by any stretch of the imagination. The other thing, too, is these donors have been telling Joe Biden they are no longer going to play ball with him. Do they have a stash of money sitting around that they're willing to put on one candidate?
The clock is ticking.
And you have to look at the horse trading that would take place in the internal fighting that would take place just over the course of a few days, as every one of the names mentioned there would be angling for position. What would Gavin Newsom do to Kamala Harris to try to get an inside angle if they're going to have this open convention that Mark Halperin is talking about? Well, also, I think it's very significant that if Mark Halperin's reporting bears out, Joe Biden is not going to endorse Kamala Harris.
Right, go around his own vice president.
Yeah.
And, you know, what kind of horse trading is going on? Because we know about the Biden family being nervous, not just about Hunter's criminal problems and criminal charges. There's a tax trial coming up, federal charges in September, right before the election in California. He's already been a convicted felon in Delaware on the gun charges. And you got the brother James, you got the President Joe Biden himself who might be concerned. What kind of pardons are being bargained?
Well, that's definitely happening. We know that no matter who takes over. I mean, there's definitely some pardons. But let's war game this out. You would think maybe Kamala is jumping at the chance. Okay, Joe's going to go on his own accord. They can usher her in. They can try and do some PR, shine her up, right? Black woman, president. But maybe she knows she's walking into a lion's den, that she would lose against Donald Trump, then her career is effectively over. So maybe there's another position that in government that she goes to. But then why would you go if you were Newsom or if you were Shapiro or if you were Wes Moore? Why do you also want to walk in? Who wants to go up against what we're seeing right now? I don't know. It's sort of
very strong Donald Trump.
I think it's also very difficult, and it has to be very precise in how they message this, because if Joe Biden is not capable of running a campaign, how can he be capable of being president of the United States?
25th Amendment will keep coming up.
25th Amendment will come in, and that also means a lot of leverage. Now, you have a number of Democrats who have publicly called for him to step down. It has to be a majority of the cabinet. I think, what, two-thirds of the cabinet?
Mm-hmm. And then it has to be initiated with the vice president.
Two-thirds of the House and Senate. And that is the leverage that they have over Joe
But you
Biden.
heard Ronnie Jackson last night say that's Kamala's character. She's not fit to run either, because if exactly that scenario you're talking about, then she didn't pull the trigger to say, I want to be on the right side of history. I have to trigger the 25th Amendment, so they can go after her on that too if he really is considered to be unfit right now as of today, and not just for re-election.
Absolutely. So all three of us have covered a lot of big stories over the years. I'm not sure there's been as many big, though, stories scrunched into a couple of weeks since the debate. Let me take a further step back, okay? 4 years ago, after January 6th, the mainstream media said Donald Trump is done politically. He was impeached a second time. Then you have the 4 criminal convictions, charges, indictments, I should say. You're right. Only 1 conviction, I should say. You're right, indictments. Multiple civil suits, all the lawfare. Ron DeSantis was billed as the next great thing, didn't pan out.
The civil cases?
Yeah, the lawsuits.
Eugene.
Right. And then you go to the debate, and it's like a house of cards and comes crashing down. We think, wow, that's the biggest story. Then there's an assassination attempt last Saturday. So, wow, that's big. Then the sitting president of the United States, Joe Biden, has an interview with BET a couple days ago and says, what would change my mind? Well, maybe a health issue. Within 24 hours, he has COVID-19.
Interesting.
Then he's stumbling around the steps of Air Force One. And now he's maybe out of the race. What's next?
Think about 4 months ago.
Next?
If I came into work and told you, did you see that Joe Biden could not remember his defense secretary's name and called him the black man in an interview, that would be major news for us. But that story, that soundbite is buried in all this stuff. That just gives you some perspective on the news we've been dealing with over the last week.
That was a weird exchange, too, because then he said Ketanji Brown Jackson. So in addition, I was just thinking
of... let me just think of some black person that I've done something for.
He named to the Supreme Court, which is embarrassing, obviously, and offensive.
I want to go back to something you said as well, Ed, that the debate kind of tore down this house of cards. Yeah. But what was preceding that was inflation, was the open border. That's where I think a lot of anger and resentment and antipathy towards Joe Biden came from the average American when they see, and when you heard this from J.D. Vance, he articulated this so perfectly last night, tying in the issue of illegal immigration with the accelerated home prices and how that, and we talked about that yesterday too, he did the same thing when Tim Ryan tried to corner him in on abortion. He brought back in the illegal immigration issue. Right. He's like a ninja with these topics sometimes. And, again, this is all kind of coming to this crescendo. I've said this every single night this week. It's going to be hard to top what we saw last night. But this producer, this director of this...
It's been remarkable.
It's been remarkable. Who's writing this script? I think Donald Trump has something to do with it.
Donald Trump himself has a big part of it. He's a master at communications.
And some of the things, too, are not planned. Like last night, the Gold Star family is reading the names and the crowd responding, saying their names again. And the shouts when J.D. was talking about his mom, and people were like, J.D.'s mom who battled addiction. So what we'll see, some of it is just sort of spontaneous eruption.
That's my boy.
That was
a
cute,
sweet moment.
Sweet. That's
and
what
when
his mom said.
He said that his mom had been clean and sober for 10 years, and she said, that's my boy. As you say, Alina Habba, by the way, coming up in a few minutes, who's been in the middle of the pushing back on the liberal lawfare, senior advisor to the former president. She'll be fired, I expect, at the podium. And by the way, real quick, you mentioned Vance. When I listed all those stories, oh, by the way, Donald Trump picked a vice president this week. That's been very true.
Not just a vice president. I mean, if he picked Doug Burgum, no offense to Doug Burgum, that's not as exciting as the J.D. Vance pick. It's a signal to the next generation of conservatives of where the future lies.
Absolutely. But Bianca, it's funny. I was talking to Rick Santorum, the former senator or chief political analyst, earlier about last night. He said, what were your impressions? And I said, boy, I thought Kaya, the daughter of Donald Trump Jr. was amazing. I thought Donald Trump Jr. was very strong. And I mentioned the Gold Star family. I said, boy, that was unbelievable. It was so emotional. People here were crying that Joe Biden was looking at his watch and all the rest of it. And he said, I agree with you on everything. You know what you left out? I said, J.D. Vance. The vice presidential speech wasn't even the biggest part of the night, really, in some ways, because there were so many. I mean, I think his granddaughter humanizing him was a big deal.
I think it was. I think it was a huge deal, and there's no way to kind of properly characterize that look on Donald Trump's face. It's pride and.
It was sweet.
It was. That's a good way to put it. Sweet.
Different than the mainstream media caricature.
And that's been a lot of revelation for many people, maybe in just the past, post-debate. But the fact that the media has, built up this image of him as somebody who is anti-military. Remember the fake story they planted about what he said at the cemetery? I mean, it couldn't have been the complete 180. You have all the venture capitalists who are coming forward and saying, we're in San Francisco, the most liberal town. Now we're going to walk around. We see people with MAGA hats because we have been fed lies. And it would be very interesting to see Elon, even if he doesn't come out and speak, just sort of his influence, because he was not going to endorse anyone. And then after the assassination attempt, he was on Twitter, on X, his platform that he bought, and he was really fired up. He had done a sizable donation to Donald Trump in the days before, and then he says, I fully endorse him. So I think that they call it the PayPal mafia, but these venture capitalists infusing money, or Joe Biden and the elites and the Katzenbergs and the Clooneys of the world freezing theirs. There is this sort of tectonic shift happening in culture. And I love that the truth is coming out at the end.
You're right. It was only a few months ago that the mainstream media was writing that Donald Trump had a cash crunch. And he what? They were right about that. He was way behind Joe Biden. Now he's way ahead.
And all you have to do is just trounce someone in a debate. And that definitely changes things. Of course, the other big thing, too, was the conviction on those 34 counts. That changed a lot of people's minds. It's been a constant progression of this lawfare, and I think a lot of Americans have simply had enough of it.
What about July 11th? Another big news event that was supposed to happen. It was supposed to be that Donald Trump would be sentenced potentially to house arrest or actual prison time. And instead, the judge in that case, Merchan, who had been very anti-Trump, delayed it until maybe September because the Supreme Court intervened. We didn't even mention the Supreme Court intervention about...
You were wondering what's going to happen next? We have it right here. This just incoming in our inbox. Donald Trump has met with the Secret Service Director, Kimberly Cheadle, in Milwaukee, folks. This is a report coming out from ABC News saying the meeting took place on Tuesday. Today is Thursday, and it took place at the former president's hotel in Milwaukee.
I bet he had a lot of questions about their failures.
So she was here last night, and she was confronted by Senator Marsha Blackburn and Senator John Barrasso. This breaking right now. Donald Trump met with Kimberly Cheadle, the Secret Service Director, who has refused to step down. To be a fly on the wall there, huh?
Yeah.
All right, so we are waiting for the big moment tonight, President Trump's big speech right here on N2. And we can hear the president speaking in the background right now. It is Trump's first big address since the attempted assassination. And you can also watch live coverage by signing up to Newsmax Plus. 280,000 people have already done so.
It's incredible. I hear from people all the time who are streaming on our app. They stream on Roku. They stream on YouTube and Rumble and all these great platforms, Samsung TV Plus. So we appreciate it. But you can start that free trial at NewsMaxPlus.com. We really appreciate it. Do we have Mike Carter down on the floor? Okay, maybe not yet. We'll bring him in a little. Okay. We'll bring him in a little bit if we can. In the meantime, as you mentioned, the former president meeting with the Secret Service Director. There's a big hearing on Monday, at least it's planned, John, where she will be up there facing tough questions from the House Oversight Committee.
Yeah, I spoke with Senator Roger Marshall about this today and asked him about his colleagues. And you both know John Barrasso, who might be one of the most mild-mannered, easygoing guys. Senator Marshall said, John Barrasso is an orthopedic surgeon. I'm a doctor. We have to stay calm in moments like this. And Roger Marshall said that is as angry as he's ever seen John Barrasso. And I think that that's a representation of the anger of the American public.
So here's Alina Habba ready to speak.
My name is Alina Habba, and I have had the great privilege of representing President Donald J. Trump. Now, I know you're all used to hearing me shouting outside a courthouse, but tonight, I want to take you behind the law and behind the headlines and share with you a side of President Trump that reveals his character, his kindness, and his commitment to saving this great country. As a devout Catholic, a proud first-generation Arab-American woman, and a feisty Jersey girl who is fed up with far-left corruption in Washington, President Trump championed my journey, empowering me to be who I became today. His unwavering support not only shaped my career, but has inspired other young women with big dreams. President Trump loves this country. He does. And he lifts up those around him. To my children, Luke, Chloe, and Parker, he's the man with one heck of a golf swing that lets them ride in a golf cart with some of the world's most famous golfers so they feel included in mom's job. And by the way, he can kick some of those guys' butts. Ken. To my husband, whose family members have survived the Holocaust, he is a champion of the Jewish faith. To my Iraqi parents, he is a mentor to their daughter. But to me, he is my friend. Not too long ago, a supporter shouted, "God bless you and President Trump," in the middle of Manhattan after one of our trials. Little did that man know that I was on the phone with the president himself. And he immediately asked me to pause, give the man my phone, and spent time speaking to him and thanking him for his support. Despite the lawfare and the politics, President Trump loves the American people and he loves this country. For decades, the Trump Organization transformed skylines and created thousands of jobs. His buildings and businesses are a testament to his commitment to excellence and his drive to turn dreams into reality. But his greatest construction project was yet to come. The left has tried to demolish President Trump, but there is no bulldozer big enough or strong enough to remove the legacy that he has built or the future he is creating. As the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump built a legacy of putting America first. And as the 47th president, he will build America stronger than ever for we, the people. As we stand on the brink of a new chapter in America's story, I am reminded of the country my family fled 4 decades ago. a place marked by religious persecution, oppression, and a lack of freedom. They came here because America is a beacon of liberty and opportunity. It is now our duty to protect the values that define us and keep this the greatest nation on earth. Amen. That's right. Every attack on President Trump only strengthens our movement. The left's madness is only a sign of desperation. Sham indictments and baseless allegations will not deter us, because the only crime President Trump has committed is loving America. And America, we are winning. Outside of his family and our country, President Trump also has another love: music. A few years ago, he wanted me to hear a new song he had selected for an upcoming rally. I could hear it blaring in the background at Mar-a-Lago. He landed on a song called "Hold On, I'm Coming." America, we no longer have to hold on. We just have to show up. To end the Democrat destruction. And if you're eager to unleash the best America has to offer, then let's send Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to the White House in November. The future of America and the world is bright, and it begins with the unwavering spirit of each and every one of us. Because of the resilience and the leadership of my friend, President Donald J. Trump. So let us not forget that President Trump did not just take a bullet in Butler, Pennsylvania. He has and will continue to take them for each and every one of us. God bless President Trump. God bless you all. And God bless the United States of America.
All right, Alina Habba has been a very aggressive spokeswoman for the former president on the legal front, and the legal front has been busy.
Yeah, I mean, she's been out in front for a lot of the news conferences and addressing the press, and you know, ferociously, obviously asking very slanted questions, especially in New York. And she has been, you know, a pit bull for the president, and she just got emotional there, where she said, "He's my friend." And all of us have interviewed her over the course of, you know, this whole episode of what we've seen is complete lawfare. And it does seem, she says, we're winning. Yeah, it kind of feels like that.
We kind of are winning, John, because if a year ago I had told you there's 4 criminal indictments, only one of them will go to trial, and that one will be under some cloud about whether it will be overturned because of the testimony that was used based on a Supreme Court decision now, because Hope Hicks and other White House aides, their testimony was used maybe improperly against the former president. Fani Willis is in trouble. Her case is hopelessly delayed. Jack Smith just had his case in Florida thrown out. Donald Trump is winning on that.
He is winning. And, they're going to try at the Democratic convention, whatever that looks like. Wonder how many times they're going to mention the 34 felony counts. That's all they got to go with. And, the other thing, too, about this, when Donald Trump gets in these legal battles, he looks like a fighter. He stands up. There are so many people that have been, we heard that story from Savannah Chrisley on the first night, the reality TV star, the overzealous prosecutors that put her family in jail. Donald Trump is a resilient figure.
Well, and I think that will be one of the tests of the unity message in the former president's remarks, because any American would understand if you've been indicted 4 times by liberal lawfare, it's hard to feel like you want to talk about unity.
Yeah.
He's talked about how some of the Democrats may get some comeuppance.
There's some funny tweets going on. People go, I'm voting for the felon and the hillbilly. And I love it. And that's what. And did you hear the Hunter news today? So obviously, presidential immunity, the ruling was impacted with Clarence Thomas, and the trickle-down effect was this Monday. Judge Eileen Cannon said that a special counsel Jack Smith was not appointed correctly. Hunter Biden and his team today are now trying to get the tax case in Los Angeles thrown out because they're now going to say that
a special counsel was there.
Special counsel was not appointed properly, David Weiss. But these are the juxtaposition is those tax charges are actually real charges. Alvin Bragg's Frankenstein case was not a real charge. Pass the statute of limitations, very small window, cobble it together. We don't even know what upped it to make it a felony. But now you have the first son trying to, ride the wave there, presidential immunity.
Jump on the bandwagon.
Oh, yeah, good old Hunter. But he's got his
just
part
like they tried to claim Second Amendment rights with his gun case in Washington, D.C.
When they're for gun control on the left.
Good for them, right?
You see the festive atmosphere behind us. Hold On, I'm Coming is a song that's always played at the Trump rallies. Those Trump rallies will have an interesting new twist when people go to them and think about what happened last Saturday. But Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are going right back at it. A rally this Saturday that will stream live in Battleground, Michigan.
Grand Rapids. It'll be indoors. It will be obviously not just highly anticipated because it's the first time they'll be together, but as you mentioned it, the first time there's been a rally. And I'm sure with the Iranian information as well, that they may have been looking to assassinate him as well. Heightened tensions.
Absolutely. All right, some quick news for our viewers. We announced just a few weeks ago that Newsmax plans to go public later this year or early next year. Reaction has been huge, to quote a phrase. So we're still inviting you to find out about this planned IPO and also buy some early shares. It's a great opportunity. So check out all the details, including eligibility, by going to NewsMaxInvest.com. You see it right there. President Trump has said he likes Newsmax and that millions of Americans are turning to us because they trust us. He even calls us terrific. So become an owner of Newsmax. Go online today and keep it right here on N2 because our live special coverage of the RNC will continue after a quick break.
Hulk Hogan coming up soon.
Don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Stressed and fatigued? Brain feeling foggy? Don't have the energy you used to? It may be your liver. You must protect your body's most precious asset. Best-selling author and surgeon Dr. Russell Blaylock has developed natural solutions. His breakthrough new book, The Liver Cure, will help you boost energy, detoxify your body, clear brain fog, and reignite your metabolism. Improve your health and quality of life. Get The Liver Cure today. Are you getting everything from Medicare you deserve? You need Medicare for You. It reveals how to maximize benefits while improving your health care. Medicare for You shows you how to reduce costs, improve coverage, get procedures approved, and avoid 4 big mistakes and scams. Make sure Medicare works for you. Get Medicare for You at bookstores or see the free offer. Go online now or call today. Your health is too important to wait.
Hi folks, Joe Namath here. And if you're having a hard time hearing, call MD Hearing because they changed my life and they can change yours too. I was wearing expensive hearing aids for years until a good friend of mine told me about MD Hearing. I bought a pair of the hearing aids with no doctor visit, no prescription, and no hassle. I got fitted right over the phone and I've never had a better pair of hearing aids. I'm even wearing them right now.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free portable charging case and free shipping. The rechargeable Neo is nearly invisible with its tiny in-the-ear canal design. And you can get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids with a 45-day risk-free trial, free shipping, and free lifetime U.S.-based support for only $297.
Call my friends at MD Hearing and get the over-the-counter hearing aids that I use for you.
Call 800-381-4294.
Some breaking news. Famed political strategist Dick Morris says Donald Trump is running for president. Few people know President Trump better than Dick Morris. For years, Morris has served as his top advisor. Now, in his new bestseller, The Return, Dick reveals Trump's secret plan for 2024, his real reason for running, and his coming surprise announcement. Dick says Trump still faces 3 threats, but Biden can never be reelected. Newsmax calls The Return the only political book you need to read. It's already an Amazon #1 bestseller. If you want to see Trump's plan, Dick Morris shares it. Big media, big tech, and the deep state all want to stop Trump. But The Return shows they'll fail, and Trump will triumph. Get Dick Morris's The Return in bookstores everywhere, or see the free offer from Newsmax. Go online or call today.
Welcome back to Milwaukee, night number 3 at the Republican National Convention. A lot of big speakers coming up, from Eric Trump to his father, the former president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. In the meantime, let's get down to the floor. You see there's a lot of action down there, a lot of excitement, and our correspondent Mike Carter is down there. Mike, what do you got?
Hey, Ed, thanks. Good to be with you. We're here in the Tennessee delegation. We're with Sharon Anderson. You're a Tennessee delegate. Sharon, you're also a front row Joe. Yes. For those who don't know what a front row Joe is, you, along with roughly 60 other people, you follow Donald Trump to all of his rallies. Yes. All across the country. This is going to be something different, though, here tonight. Yes. When the former president comes out, just 5 days removed from an assassin's bullet nearly killing him. Right. Talk about what you hope to hear out of Donald Trump tonight. Do you think that we'll see a different Donald Trump tonight?
I think we'll see a different Donald Trump. I don't think we'll see a lack of drive or determination or commitment, but I think we'll see a Donald Trump that's thankful to be here.
Absolutely. And look, this would be a vastly different convention if Donald Trump had swiveled his head just a millimeter left or right on Saturday. This week here in Milwaukee, we've seen a number of speakers talk about what it was like during the Trump years and what they hope to see again in 2025, should he be elected. What are you hoping to see out of a second Trump presidency?
I hope to see the borders closed. I hope to see the wars ended. I hope to see a stronger military. I hope to see the police never be defunded. I hope to see the economy boom. I hope to see jobs come back to this country.
Absolutely. There's rumors now that Joe Biden, the president, might step down. What is this race going to look like if it's Donald Trump and J.D. Vance versus Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom? Have you given any thought to that? Does Donald Trump need to even worry about that?
Donald Trump cannot be beat. No one in this country can beat Donald Trump. Not at this moment. The movement is too big. I am a part of 85 million plus. that is ready for this country to change. We're ready for Donald Trump to go back into office and make this country great again.
Over, under 10-minute standing ovation, Sharon, what do you think?
I'd say over 10 minutes.
We do know back in 1964, guys, Robert F. Kennedy, his brother, of course, John F. Kennedy, was assassinated just a year before, in 1963. He came out on the final night of the Democratic National Convention in Atlantic City to 16-minute standing ovation. He was set to deliver a speech, and the delegates would not stop clapping. We're expecting something similar here tonight.
Wow. Mike Carter, thank you for that. That is a great bit of history to think about and what happened with the Kennedy family and how close we came to something like that for the Trump family, and thank God we didn't. Joining us now is a great friend of Newsmax, the CEO of the Republican Jewish Coalition, Matt Brooks. Matt, first of all, welcome to N2.
Great to be with you.
Talk about what you've been seeing here at the convention. I know you spoke. Obviously, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is front of mind. We talked last night about the Israeli hostages and American hostages, by the way, who are still there. And there's a feeling that Joe Biden's weaknesses around the world have been exposed.
Well, Ed, you know, for me, one of the big takeaways from this convention is how, in stark contrast, the Republican convention is going to stand to the Democratic convention. I was honored and humbled to be able to ask by President Trump and by the RNC to address the convention. And when I asked everybody to cheer if they support Israel, the hall just exploded in cheers. And there are people here waving Israeli flags and, you know, showing their support for Israel, that, you know, who aren't Jewish. The parts of the program about anti-Semitism, about what's going on in the college campuses, about the hostages that are being held. None of that's going to happen in Chicago in the Democrats' convention. As I said in my speech, there is only one pro-Israel party right now, sadly, and that is the Republican Party.
So why do so many Democrats still seem to support the Democratic ticket? We don't even know what the ticket will wind up being. We'll get to Joe Biden in a minute. But their votes, their money, campaign donations, and Donald Trump talks about this all the time. He says, I was Israel's best friend when I was in office.
So every time I see him, he asks me, how come the Jews don't support me? And I sort of explained to him, I said, Mr. President, first of all, you have to understand some context. You got in 2020, you have to go back. In 2020, the share of the Jewish vote you got was 33%. You have to go back to Ronald Reagan in 1980 to see a Republican who got that strong a vote. But what I said to him, I said, more importantly beyond that, because the national exit poll numbers distort the reality, because it overweights in places like New York and New Jersey and California, which are very liberal. But I said, in the places that matter, in the critical battleground states that help elect you, in Florida, he got 44% of the Jewish vote. In Georgia, he got 50% of the Jewish vote. So we're now at a place where we're getting equal parity. And as the Democratic Party moves farther and farther to the left, more and more Jews are feeling disenfranchised and feeling unwelcome in their Democratic Party. And those are the people that we're picking up. And I have no doubt that as we have been making inroads in the last several elections, in 2024, we're going to continue to build on that, and we're going to get even stronger support in the Jewish community than we did in 2020.
Interesting that on top of that, we have Joe Biden now, this reporting tonight suggesting that by this weekend he may be out of the presidential race. He's facing pressure from Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi. Barack Obama hasn't directly said it, but allies of his are leaking word to the Washington Post they want him out. The pressure's got intense, the questions about his health, but the Democrat Party covered a lot of this up for years and years. It was not until literally 3 or 4 years until Donald Trump beat him in that debate that it was exposed for all the world to see.
Yeah, for a long time, everybody is, people in the know in the Democratic Party and all of us. I mean, we knew that the emperor had no clothes, and you're right. They spent a lot of time and effort to cover it up and to downplay it. But the reality is that anybody who has looked or watched Joe Biden over the years, you know, he's not the same Joe Biden he was 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 1 year ago. The amount of decline that we're seeing is very troubling. And I used to believe that he was going to survive this, but right now I think the dam is officially broke. I don't know if it's recoverable for him.
So what happens next in your estimation? There's talk of a brokered or open convention, Democratic National Convention in Chicago, where we don't really know who will emerge. There's some talk that Joe Biden will not endorse his own vice president, Kamala Harris. Are you concerned as someone who supports the former president that a brand new Democratic ticket might actually do better than Biden, who's far behind right now, and it'll be a closer race?
You know, I really don't. The reality is that the likely option is going to be Kamala. But the fact is the messaging coming out of our convention this week is unity. The one thing that we're going to see over the coming weeks for the Democrats is the exact opposite. It's disunity and chaos. And that's just more and more weeks where President Trump will have an opportunity to campaign to the American people and to show the stark difference. And on so many issues right now, the Democrats are going to have to still run on the Biden record. They're not going to run against the Biden record, especially if it's Kamala. And I think with where the party is heading coming out of this convention unified and excited, I'm not worried about who the Democratic nominee is.
Interesting.
You can't be funny without perspective.
Conversations that's been happening also with the NATO summit in Washington last week, where you hail from. I mean, Joe Biden on the world stage calling Zelensky Putin, the missteps there. Now COVID, he's isolating himself again. You know, there's a question of who's running the country right now, and is he fit for office right now? The adversaries, and Israel is smack dab in the middle of trying to fight for its survival to not be wiped off the face of the earth. Yet Joe Biden has allowed Iran to be enriched. And that was one of the themes last night about national security, world security, and the appeasement of Iran and how they were bankrupt under Trump. And that's something, you know, that weighs on a lot of people's minds as well, the Jewish community, but also the wider community. That America we are supposed to be the leader to keep the world safe. And Donald Trump, they say up there, is the biggest deterrent. That man sitting in that box right now.
You know, Donald Trump understands that a strong America brings peace to the world. You know, we're listening to Tucker Carlson right now behind us giving his remarks. Obviously, you know, he wants to shrink America's platform around the world. I think that's a mistake. I don't think that's the vision that Donald Trump is going to have. I think he wants to bring back the wars. I mean, to end the wars around the world and to bring peace, but he understands to do it as you have to be strong. And that's exactly why he was able to, you know, be very close to bring the Iranian regime to its knees.
The Abraham Accords.
The Abraham Accords. A strong president who Xi in China and Putin and the mullahs in Iran and Kim Jong-un and, you know, all the bad actors in the world know that America, there's going to be a new sheriff in town come January. And that's one of the reasons that you see Hamas seeming so willing to get a deal now, because they know that, you know, much like the Iranians realized things were going to be very different under Ronald Reagan than Jimmy Carter, Hamas realizes that, you know, they need to get what they can get now, because once Donald Trump takes office, they're getting squadouche.
I weigh the hostages that are still in captivity. Parents last night of one came out and spoke. They're not getting the front and center attention from this president.
No.
There's not a peep.
No, and remember on the debates, I mean, he insulted all those who have lost their life by saying no Americans, you know, have died in uniform under my administration. I mean, it was just awful to hear him say that. It was a total disregard the memory of those who bravely gave their lives.
Well, we certainly pray for the Israeli and American hostages who are still held by these terrorists, Hamas, in Gaza. And we appreciate your time and all the work that the Republican Jewish Coalition is doing. Squadouche, is that a technical term? Appreciate it, Matt.
Ed, thanks so much.
We're going to take a quick break. John Bachman will be back. Our live special coverage from here in Milwaukee will continue streaming live on N2 right after a quick break.
We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
I call upon the scientific community in our country, those who gave us nuclear weapons, to turn their great talents now to the cause of mankind and world peace.
On March 23, 1983, President Reagan surprised not only the nation, but members of his own cabinet and military by announcing an Oval Office address that the United States would embark on creating an anti-missile system to stop and destroy nuclear-tipped missiles in space. Reagan called the program the Strategic Defense Initiative, or SDI, while his critics quickly dubbed the program Star Wars. Still, the idea gained popular support and played a key role in undermining the Soviet Union and its arms buildup. By 1987, with his own nation facing economic collapse and unable to match the U.S. program, Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev capitulated and signed the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. Within 4 years, the Soviet Empire itself would collapse, ending a Cold War that lasted more than 4 decades. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
Look at you. You're doing everything you can to get your blood pressure in check. You're exercising, you're eating right, and now you have SuperBeets Heart Chews by Human on your side too. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, SuperBeets Heart Chews polyphenol compound is 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure, which means more energy, better circulation, and blood pressure support that is easy and convenient. In a leading clinical study, SuperBeets Heart Chews polyphenol compound was shown nearly 2 times as effective at promoting normal blood pressure as a healthy lifestyle alone. So double your potential with SuperBeets Heart Chews by Human. Just 2 delicious pomegranate berry chews a day support nitric oxide production, healthy blood pressure, blood flow, and heart-healthy energy. Plus, they're plant-based and gluten-free. What are you waiting for? Join the millions of people that have put SuperBeets blood pressure support supplements to the test. Get a free month supply plus free shipping on all bundles at superbeets.com.
If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you might have questions about Medicare Advantage plans. Like, how is the Medicare Advantage plan different from original Medicare? The Medicare Advantage plan often offers additional benefits that original Medicare does not cover. What plan benefits are available? Plan and plan benefits vary by where you live. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. How do I check my eligibility? If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing your coverage, it's easy. Make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code. Choose the plan with the benefits that meets your needs and budget. The call and consultation are free, and there is no obligation.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
Call 800-416-7175.
Good evening, Patriots, and welcome back to N2's live streaming coverage of night number 4 of the Republican National Convention, live from Milwaukee. The team's all here, but let's go hear from an everyday American. This is someone who actually works for former President Donald Trump. Her name is Carrie Ruiz. She's the GM of golf at Trump National Doral in Miami, and she's talking about what he's like as a boss. Listen.
He did it at Doral. He did it as president. He will do it again. May God continue to bless President Trump, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
So there's a little interlude there. We were letting it breathe. because, John, the next speaker, at least on the program, is a little unconventional. His name is Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, maybe you heard of him.
I know him by the
WrestleMania's
Hulkster.
running wild.
The Hulkster?
Yeah, they had WrestleMania, and you know Donald Trump is all about the communications. The music, as we've been saying, has been absolutely fantastic. Lee Greenwood told me earlier that's actually his band that's playing.
Yes.
And they're very famous, and they're doing a great job. But Hulk Hogan, that video that we just played is a little Trump campaign ad. It's almost like a hype video that's shot in like a UFC style. And Dana White, who founded UFC, is speaking tonight as well.
I thought for a moment that was the introduction to Dana White or something like that, because it was very, very much like that. And the eye contact Donald Trump made with the camera in that video, very intense.
He's entering the octagon.
He looks like he's having a great time in all of these videos, too, which is great.
Isn't that part of why his campaigns and the rallies work? It's authentically Donald Trump. He owns who he is, whether he goes on for an hour and a half or 2 hours. He picks the music, just like he plays the music off an iPad at Mar-a-Lago. He likes to choreograph and orchestrate things, and people have a damn good time at the convention or at the rallies.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, tonight down on the floor, I was down there earlier. There's about 20% more people down there. It is packed. Everyone
the whole arena is warmer inside than last night.
It's warm. It's warm down there on the floor. But, I mean, the intensity level is like turned up to, if it was at 10 last night, it's 12 or 13 tonight.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, it's rocking out there. And the music sounds great. This is a festive night.
I just can't wait. I never thought in my career I would say now taking the stage is Hulk Hogan. And it's going to be fun.
Or Kid Rock will be performing at the Republican National Convention.
But in the meantime, I do have the honor of bringing in our friend Rob Astorino. He's the host of Saturday Agenda. And Rob, what do you see of this show tonight? What are you expecting from the former president? It's a big night. All right, Rob.
Probably very loud up there.
Rob's eyes are telling us he can't hear us.
I think he's blown away by so much that's happening that words are escaping him right now.
That's okay. Do we have Rob? You know, there's something cool going on Twitter. So the rumor is that Elon is in the house. We'll see. But on Twitter, there's a little icon that if you put in a hashtag MAGA, it's Donald Trump.
It animates.
It's like an emoji, which is very, very cool.
Yeah. And bigger than all of that, I do have friends who are saying they saw Elon Musk around the arena today backstage, and he's putting a lot of money in the campaign. Okay, so they're gonna hold Hulk Hogan back, and bring in another real American. Why don't we listen in?
Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Annette Albright. I grew up in the small town of Mount Airy, North Carolina. Like my parents and my grandparents, I was a lifelong member of the Democrat Party. Don't worry, the story gets better from here. After completing a degree in criminal justice, I started a career working with the North Carolina Department of Corrections. I left my job in the criminal justice system to work for Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District to engage our youth before they got stuck in the system. It didn't take long for me to realize that public schools are a part of the problem. Sadly, too many of our schools are more like prisons than places of learning. That must change. In one public high school, I witnessed a full-blown riot. I saw many violent altercations between students and physical attacks on staff. During my 14 years working with the Department of Public Safety, offenders never laid a hand on me. Yet, I was violently assaulted by a group of students in a public high school. The uptick in school violence was related to an Obama-Biden policy that directed schools to reduce suspension rates and keep dangerous students in the classroom. President Trump reversed the Obama policy and put the safety of our kids first. Violence on public school campuses should not be a Democrat issue. It should not be a Republican issue. It is an American people issue. Sadly, I've repeatedly seen that the Democrat Party cares more about appeasing the teachers' union than they do about prioritizing the needs of our kids. They champion safe spaces instead of safe schools. This is completely wrong. Little by little, I began to see the truth. While Democrats spend more money on a broken system, Republicans are empowering parents and fighting for school choice. While Democrats think school resource officers are a threat to our students, Republicans know that they protect our kids. While Democrats won't admit that our schools are failing, Republicans will fix the system and make our schools safe. That's why this year, for the first time in my life, I am registered as a Republican. Thank you. Thank you. And in November, I will proudly cast my vote for Donald J. Trump. Only together we can make America's schools great again. Thank you, and God bless America.
And there you go. Yet another example of the Republican National Convention showing a picture of America and a different view of the Republican Party than the mainstream media wants to admit.
Everyday Americans, we've been hearing from them every night, and they're powerful. That was Annette Albright, the former school teacher in North Carolina, voting for Donald Trump after being a lifelong Democrat. The woman before also, Carrie Ruiz, who's the golf general manager at Trump Doral. Really interesting as we watch the program here and how well done it is, remarking on that. We're waiting for possibly Hulk Hogan to take the stage, so we won't get into his time. But one of the things, and Doral just had the big rally before the one in Pennsylvania.
Rally, yeah.
But she says, you know, she's worked the property for years, but she witnessed, we're seeing a lot of detail here, the detail that Donald Trump puts into his properties. And she actually says, you know, instead of doing just like a little like lazy touch-up, was her words, that they actually sunk hundreds of millions of dollars into the property, their blood, sweat, and tears. And that's sort of emblematic of, you know, the Trumps, whether it be the plaza, You know, whether it be Trump Tower, everything they touch has a certain look, has a certain finish. And, you know, the left tries to take that away. This elegance about them, and it still carries on, I think, when you go to a Trump property or you play golf, and their care for everything they do. They're classy people.
And when you go to a Trump property, the employees love them.
They do.
Yeah.
We have had a Christmas party or a summer party for Newsmax sometimes at a Trump property. And you talk to the employees there, they cherish this man with him. One of the first times, I believe the first time I ever talked to Donald Trump on the phone was about the year 2012. He had just purchased the old Ritz-Carlton golf course in Jupiter, Florida. And I saw his helicopter fly over, and I happened to ask him a question at a news conference. He called one of his associates who I was speaking with afterwards, and the associate said, I'm here with John Bachman from Newsmax. And Donald Trump, in very Donald Trump fashion, says, put him on the phone. And he, of course, asked how he did at the news conference, and I said he did great. And we started talking about golf, and I said, you know, I saw you bought the new golf course in Jupiter, and he said something to the effect of, we're going to make it great again. And we're going to turn it around.
That was the start of it.
Yeah, we're going to, I don't know maybe about that. But I think it's very, you know, it sounds very similar to the story that we heard from an employee tonight here on stage.
Well, what I have observed at various golf courses and Trump properties, including Mar-a-Lago, is the former president walks around with 50s and 100s in his pockets. And I've seen him hand out cash to his employees, just cash ponies.
Very generous.
You're doing a great job, and he's just sharing. And you know, they love him as a boss. And I got to tell you, look at this crowd on the floor of this arena. There's a lot of people who want him back in office. And they played a video earlier before we were broadcasting live, and it was Ronald Reagan famously in 1980 in that debate. And John, you'll remember this as somebody who's writing a book about Ronald Reagan. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? It's such a simple question. The answer was no in terms of Jimmy Carter, and the answer has to be no in terms of we are not better off than we were 4 years ago.
And interesting, too, the context of that debate. It happened at the very end of the campaign, and up until that point, a lot of the press believed that Jimmy Carter was going to win the election. But after that night, 80 million people watched that debate in 1980 on television, and that line still resonates today. It's true. It's a simple truth that you talked about, Ed. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? It doesn't matter how many statistics the White House throws at us, how well they say the job market is doing. People feel it every day. When you go to the grocery store, you know you don't have as much money as you did 4 years ago to pay for those groceries.
Well, what about the other time in a big debate in 1984 with Walter Mondale, where Reagan, like Joe Biden, under fire about his age and whether he was losing a step or two, said, I will not make age an issue in this campaign. I will not use my opponent's youth and inexperience against him.
And even Walter Mondale had to laugh about that.
Mondale was laughing and lost the election immediately. And Joe Biden has obviously handled this a lot differently.
But think of those Reagan-esque moments, and I mean, obviously, you know, 1 in a million here. No one like Ronald Reagan as a leader, but that charisma and moments, well, those are very memorable as well, too, and we know that. And you talk about 80 million viewers. That was when there was a lot less competition. But this past debate, the one that started to seal Joe Biden's fate and cast open the media's cover-up, that was a huge debate viewership as well. And people knew, I think people were starting to kind of feel like, I better take a look at what's going on here. Massive, massive ratings. But yeah, Ronald Reagan, I mean, from everything. And Ronald Reagan also survived an assassination attempt. So we wonder, you know, all these through lines here. And there will be, you know, I wonder what, you know, the speech tonight will be like. We know he'll talk about what happened Saturday. He'll probably talk about, you know, thinking about the man who lost his life, Corey Compantore, 50 years old. I think it'll be a heavy speech, but only Donald Trump in his style, he'll find a way to weave it in a way that shares inspiration.
Sure, and we were just talking about the employees of various Trump properties, what he's like as a boss. In about a half hour, at least on the schedule, we're going to hear from Eric Trump. Last night we heard from Donald Trump Jr. And Eric Trump, now that his father's in politics, is kind of the day-to-day boss of the Trump organization. And Donald Trump forceful case last night for his father getting back in office, pushing back against the lawfare and the left. And I suspect Eric Trump will be pretty fired up, too.
Oh, certainly he'll be fired up. The question, though, is are we going to see Melania Trump tonight, too? I heard some reports that there may be a chance she's going to be here tonight. Who is going to introduce Donald Trump? Will it be Eric Trump tonight?
Right. Well, Eric Trump will be speaking before him. Dana White, who we mentioned from USC, is on the schedule, supposed to speak right before Donald Trump. But Kid Rock is going to be in there somewhere, we're told. And maybe some other musical acts. I think they have a big show planned that we don't even have the full. They give us sort of a broad idea, and I think there'll be some surprises.
Surprise, or maybe not. Another calling for Joe Biden to step aside. Montana Senator John Tester, Democrat running for re-election in the deep red states, says Biden must step aside. So here we go.
Another profile in courage. John Tester at this point coming out to call for Joe Biden to step down.
It's very late in the game, but also Donald Trump's going to win Montana by a mile, so John Tester's worried that Joe Biden will bring him down. Let's let this breathe to see who the next speaker will be. Okay, more music. Maybe they're getting ready. There might be a couple of last-minute changes. Like we said, Hulk Hogan was supposed to speak a little while ago and has not yet spoken. Bianca, someone I haven't mentioned yet is the Reverend Franklin Graham, who is speaking soon. And we've talked so much over the last couple of days about faith, and it's something Donald Trump is not always outspoken about. Everyone is entitled to be private about their own personal. He talks about it sometimes, not often. But in the last couple of days, he's been telling friends, but for God, I would not be here, and that his relationship with God has been strengthened by this near-death experience, of course.
Yeah, so Franklin Graham, amazing. Billy Graham, his father, he travels around the world spreading the word of God, doing amazing charitable work. The arms and feet of Jesus, you know, as they say in the Bible, for those who have done this for the least of us, you have done this for me, and called to in his Father's name. I think this is setting up some of the spirituality that might be woven into Donald Trump's speech tonight. There's the flag that looks like an angel that's been reported, the shot that was fired at 6/11. It is the Bible. It says, put on your armor of God. Laura Trump talking about Proverbs 28. I do believe it was divine intervention. I'm a strong believing Christian, and I think, you know, every day you wake up, if you wake up, God has another reason for you to be here. Absolutely. And your mission's not done yet. And Donald Trump, yeah, we may hear something completely that we have never heard before. This may be a spiritual awakening. We talked to somebody earlier, and they were saying it feels like it could be a revival in our country because of what's happening here. The bullet, the turning of the head. In the second that it goes, I mean, I don't.
There's Roger Marshall right there.
There's the senator.
Now, you just told me today that he's a very mild-mannered man, but he's having fun. And Claudia Tinney, the congresswoman from New York there.
And they were doing Donald Trump's dance.
Is America ready to see members of Congress dancing on television?
No, America is not ready. But this music is outstanding. You can see the party atmosphere behind it. You know, I think Mike Carter said something interesting. I remember my dad telling me when I was a boy about JFK being assassinated, and that when Robert F. Kennedy, his brother, showed up at the Democratic National Convention, there was a massive standing ovation that for minutes and minutes. And I think Mike Carter said at least 14 minutes, something like that. And just the emotion that JFK's brother expressed, and the love and goodwill and prayer among Democrats and all Americans then. And obviously we're more divided now, and there's probably, you can look at social media, sadly, tragically, disgustingly, there are a lot of Democrats who celebrated the shooting of Donald Trump. But I wonder what kind of standing ovation. This could go on when he reaches that podium for a long time of just people so happy to see him alive.
All right, over, under on the standing ovation. Ed, you want to speculate?
I think 10 minutes is easy almost. I think over under 15.
15 minutes standing ovation. Bianca. We're pure speculation here as we wait for the band.
Look at this. They're excited.
The band is called Six Wire. I think that's what the Greenwood said.
Yeah,
so
that's
this
what Lee
band
said.
you're hearing, they're based in Nashville. They're called Six Wire. They played with Lee Greenwood for about 10 years because I interviewed him today, as you did, Ed. And I said, you know, initially, I kept having to remind myself, Lee, that you were there on stage, having heard that song played back so many times, but watching him perform it live, and he talked about how much trust he has with his band. That's why it worked out so well. But you guys mentioned a revival. This revival.
Yeah.
This is like an old-time revival in here. You know, just imagine this were a tent. Everyone's dancing. Everyone's having fun.
Led by the Spirit, baby.
Well, and the Reverend Billy Graham, you know, prayed with and counseled several American presidents from both parties. It was nonpartisan. He was close with Jimmy Carter. He was close with Ronald Reagan. He was close with so many presidents. And, you know, his son has had a somewhat similar relationship with Donald Trump.
One thing I want to mention is I'm checking out some of the amazing patriotic fashion everywhere.
Oh, yeah?
And on Newsmax.com right now, there's actually an article. People are wearing ear bandages to show their unity with Donald Trump. And some of them are flags.
Look at these flags.
And I don't expect our producers to be able to pull up the video of the 1996 Democratic National Convention. You guys might remember that video that's gone viral.
They have that ready. They were standing by.
Yeah, let's just call that
But
up
you guys,
right here.
you guys have seen the video, and you can't unsee it because you watched Hillary Clinton doing the Macarena.
Oh, yeah.
And how weird and awkward that looked. Now, compare that to what we're seeing out here. This is natural. Everyone's having fun. They can't get
State
enough
flags.
of it.
You just saw South Carolina, the pride that right behind us, and we've really got we're in the catbird seat because we're sort of eye level with a lot of these delegates behind us, and we look right at the stage, and I can't wait to see Donald Trump come out to the podium.
That was one of my favorite parts about this week is when you bring somebody down here for the interview, they say we have the best seat in the house right here.
Best seat in the
this
house.
corner of the arena.
We're right among the people. We're right among the people.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And a lot of merch. The merch has been flowing around here once Vance was announced. Very, very cute.
So we have not seen, speaking of Senator J.D. Vance, we have not seen him enter yet. What's that?
Hulk Hogan.
And Hulk Hogan we're expecting. Melania Trump we're expecting. But we haven't seen her enter yet. Maybe she'll be in the family box soon. Maybe she'll make her way to the podium, as you said, potentially, and introduce her husband. That looks like my friend Sean, who's known as Beard Vet. He's a Marine veteran, and he appears to be having a great time.
I'm actually,
Sean George.
I'm not going to say which name, but I can see a reporter from one of the major networks out of the corner of my eye, and he's dancing right now from a major broadcast network. You can see him right over there, and we won't call him out by name. Right under the South Carolina sign. He's having a good time.
Just say what it rhymes with.
Oh.
No, just kidding. Well, when Kid Rock came out for his sound check, you'll have to tell me in the commercial, when Kid Rock came out for his sound check earlier around 2:15, everyone, we have all our booths set up, folks, and all the, you know, big media, left-leaning media, everyone came out and started videotaping the run-through because everyone was enjoying Rock. You can't deny it. He sounded great.
This is breaking out into a concert. By the way, after the former president speaks, there's a Jason Aldean concert in Milwaukee. It's like trading baseball cards.
The question is, will we be able to make it? Will we stay out? Will we stay out?
I have an early flight. I don't think I can do it tonight. But look at that. In all seriousness, like, people are just having a great time. And this is what political conventions were back in the day. And in recent years, there's been a lot of talk, John, about, oh, do the parties matter as much? And people are pretty excited to be part of the Republican Party this week.
I remember studying political science and reading about the conventions and everything that used to happen, you know, as a young man watching the video of Dan Rather getting in the scuffle out there on the convention floor thing, and that's where I want to be. Right. That's where the action is happening. This is really just a party right now at this point. There's no horse trading going on the floor. All the delegates have put their votes in for Donald Trump, and they're just waiting right now to hear the man speak. So, and the anticipation builds.
Contrast that, Bianca, what we're seeing behind us, with what we might see in Chicago about a month from now. Might be pandemonium.
Might be what?
Pandemonium.
Oh, yeah.
I know the music's getting louder.
No, it'll be pandemonium. It might be pandemonium right now in Delaware as Joe Biden, Rehoboth Beach, is trying to decide what to do. Apparently, there's a new report here. Robert Costa is saying the sources close to Biden tell him that they're furious that while he's trying to recover in Rehoboth, a pressure campaign keeps going on. Kind of feels like that as well.
Yeah, the other thing, too, that's going to start happening now is people are going to start leaking reports to reporters about, you know, Joe Biden's not going to endorse Kamala Harris. This information, and it starts a cyclone of information, and that's what a pressure campaign is. Joe Biden, at some point, is going to, and I'm sure if we parse that statement very carefully, you'll be able to find a kind of some wiggle room, a way that they can eventually still tap out.
He was also at his beach house the night the assassination attempt went down last Saturday, while we had just all landed in Milwaukee a few hours before, and Donald Trump was on that stage in Butler. Joe Biden came out and made a comment that he was out at his beach house before returning, remember, to the White House.
He spent about half of his time as president.
Late that night, yeah. So he's in isolation, and it is Donald Trump's night. It is the Republican. It's the momentum here, and I don't. To talk about Chicago, well, let's see. Could there be violence? Could there be crime? Very good chance of that. Unfortunately, we hate to say it. It's just a fact of life in Chicago.
You have the pro-Hamas protests that started and really fomented on college campuses. They're going to be happening on the streets of Chicago, and you have a mayor who basically is a Marxist in Chicago.
It really is a strange. No, in a state that doesn't, it's going to go Democrat regardless. Yeah, well,
was it a? But the employees, the actual workers, want to vote for Trump, whether their union bosses endorse Joe Biden and the Democrats or not.
It's too bad. Chicago, I was born in Chicago. You know, it's a great city. People, you know, for the most part, it's just fallen in such disrepair. You know, it's just the blue run cities everywhere have just become. Look at what's happening.
There's Brick Suit.
Oh yeah, Blake
Martell.
Blake Martell.
Now there's
He's got an incredible story from
two
Saturday.
Brick Suits down.
How are there two brick suits?
There's another guy wearing the same suit.
Who wore it better?
Oh, the original. I always go with the original.
Brick Suit was is a delegate here. He's a delegate from. Is he from California? Delegate now?
No, I don't know.
I think so. But he was in Pennsylvania, just a few feet from Donald Trump when he was
Blake
shot.
Martell, I know, is a California delegate. I can't speak to the
second brick suit. I haven't made his acquaintance yet. Strong fashion game though. The brick suit.
I think the kids call it drip.
I've heard that term, even around the Newsmax office. They tease me about my shoes. In the meantime, more important matters.
They are pretty fancy shoes.
I do wonder about these reports. You raise an important point, and I certainly trust Mark Halperin's reporting. The New York Times is saying, similar to Mark, that there's more pressure and that likely by the weekend, Joe Biden will get out, maybe by Sunday. There's Brick Suit who we're talking about. Donald Trump called him out at a rally, and then he started going to more and more rallies because he wants to finish building that wall, which is important.
And I want to go back to what you're saying. I'm not campaign. And again, I haven't seen the whole statement, but they're not denying these things are true as much as they are saying they're upset about the pressure campaign.
I just wonder, because every time there's a new report about pressure, they keep saying inside the White House he's not going anywhere. So there's a lot of Democrats hoping he'll be out. He might not be out. All we're reporting is he's likely to be out, but it's not official yet. We're going to take a quick break and reset while they get ready to resume the program at the podium. You won't miss a minute of the speeches right after a quick break right here on N2.
Are you getting everything from Medicare you deserve? You need Medicare for You. It reveals how to maximize benefits while improving your health care. Medicare for You shows you how to reduce costs, improve coverage, get procedures approved, and avoid 4 big mistakes and scams. Make sure Medicare works for you. Get Medicare for You at bookstores or see the free offer. Go online now or call today. Your health is too important to wait.
Tell me, is there some society you know that doesn't run on greed? You think Russia doesn't run on greed? You think China doesn't run on greed? What is greed? Of course, none of us are greedy. It's only the other fellow who's greedy. The world runs on individuals pursuing their separate interests. The great achievements of civilization have not come from government bureaus. Einstein didn't construct his theory under order from a bureaucrat. Henry Ford didn't revolutionize the automobile industry that way. In the only cases in which the masses have escaped from the kind of grinding poverty you're talking about, the only cases in recorded history are where they have had capitalism and largely free trade. If you want to know where the masses are worst off, it's exactly in the kinds of societies that depart from that. So that the record of history is absolutely crystal clear. That there is no alternative way so far discovered of improving the lot of the ordinary people that can hold a candle to the productive activities that are unleashed by a free enterprise system.
Some breaking news. Famed political strategist Dick Morris says Donald Trump is running for president. Few people know President Trump better than Dick Morris. For years, Morris has served as his top advisor. Now, in his new bestseller, The Return, Dick reveals Trump's secret plan for 2024, his real reason for running, and his coming surprise announcement. Dick says Trump still faces 3 threats, but Biden can never be re-elected. Newsmax calls The Return the only political book you need to read. It's already an Amazon #1 bestseller. If you want to see Trump's plan, Dick Morris shares it. Big media, big tech, and the deep state all want to stop Trump. But The Return shows they'll fail, and Trump will triumph. Get Dick Morris's The Return in bookstores everywhere, or see the free offer from Newsmax. Go online or call today.
There was a little bit of a pause in the program, but we are so back.
In fact, I don't think we've ever been more back.
That's right. We have the former president of the United States heading back to the family box. He just came through the tunnel. You see various family members, close friends who are joining him, ringed by Secret Service agents. Obviously, he's always trailed by them, but it's a more direct cordon around him that we've seen in recent days, even inside the arena. They're not taking any chances. And we see all kinds of family members just trying to get a look at the face there. So,
oh, here we go.
Finally. There's Hulk Hogan.
We're all 80s kids here, so we're...
Yes.
We love it.
We love it.
There you go. It looks like a hype video leading into Hulk Hogan. Let's listen in.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. You know something? When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought the vibe was so intense, the energy was so crazy, it felt like maybe I was gonna press that no-good stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother. But what I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother. And at the end of the day, with our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator, we're gonna bring America back together. One real American at a time, brother. You know something? I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and, ooh yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage. But you know something? I see the greatest tag team of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans. You know, even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the President of the United States, all the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites. Because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again. You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next President of the United States? Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again. You know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste. You know, my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too. And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years, and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent. I'm here tonight because I want the world to know that Donald Trump is a real American hero. And I'm proud to support my hero as the next president of this United States. You know, guys, I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. You know, hold on a second, hold on. I just had a flashback. Man. This is really tripping. You know, the last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title right in front of Donald J. Trump. And you know something? He's gonna win in November, and we're all gonna be champions again when he wins. And like I said, I've known that man for over 35 years, and he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is gonna start winning again. You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, ooh yeah, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something, brother. Donald Trump is the toughest of them all. They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts. You know, we never had it better than the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The border is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. And the only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump. You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too. This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done. So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother. What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother? God bless you, and thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and CEO of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association and President of Samaritan's Purse, the Reverend Franklin Graham.
Good evening. I've got the hardest job tonight. I have to follow Hogan. But I stand here tonight as a private citizen who loves this country. I've been asked to say a few words and then to pray, and we're going to do that. Last Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania, President Trump had a near-death experience. No question. But God spared his life. And when we go through those experiences, it changes us. It can cause us to examine our lives and to reevaluate our priorities, as you should. When President Trump rose from that platform, he rose with his fist raised in strength, showing America his unshakable resolve to fight for them in this nation. I cannot explain why God would save one life and allow another one to be taken. I don't have the answer for that. But one thing I do know is that God loves us, and he wants us to be with him in heaven one day. And that's through faith in his Son, Jesus Christ. You see, the Bible says that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shouldn't perish but should have everlasting life. For as long as I've known President Trump, I've found him to be a man of his word. Things that he said he'll do, he did. When he told me and our country in 2016 that he was going to appoint conservative justices, guess what? He did. In 2016, he said he would defend religious liberty, and guess what? He did. In 2019, I was with him at the United Nations when the first president of history of this country stood there to advocate for religious liberty worldwide. When American citizen and Pastor Andrew Brunson was being held in a Turkish jail on false accusations, President Trump demanded that he be released. And he applied economic pressure and sanctions until they did that. I'm grateful and thankful for what he did as a 45th president of the United States. And I know that as the 47th president, he will keep his word to the American people to make America great once again. It's an honor for me to be asked to pray for Donald Trump this evening. And so what I'd like to do, I'd like us to pray, but I'd like us all to stand as we call upon the name of the God of heaven. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening with grateful hearts. Thank you for saving the life of President Donald J. Trump. In his own words, it was you and you alone who saved him. We pray for the others that were injured on Saturday, for the family who lost their loved one. Put your loving arms around them. Comfort them, and may they sense your presence. We stand before you tonight. We say thank you for the provisions you have given to the United States of America. You have blessed this country more than any country in the world. Sadly, as a nation, we have forgotten who is responsible for all the freedoms, the liberties, and the bounty that we enjoy. It has all come for you. Thank you. This evening, our nation is in trouble. We're divided politically, racially, economically, with millions of people seeking refuge and hope in our dry and thirsty land. You're the only one who can fix the complexity of the problems that we face today. We pray for President Trump that you would give him wisdom, strength, and a clear vision for the future of this nation and the task that is at hand. Continue to protect him from his enemies. I pray that you would surround him with men and women who will give him sound counsel and guidance. We pray for Melania, for Barron, and for all the President Trump's children and grandchildren. We pray for Senator J.D. Vance, his wife Usa, along with their young family. We're thankful for his strong stand for defending life. As your word instructs, we also pray for the leaders of our nation, whether they're Republican, Democrat, or Independent. We know that all authority comes from you. You are a great God, and we ask that if it be thy will that you will make America great once again. And we ask that you'll unite our hearts, bring us together, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we pray this in the mighty name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome businessman and executive vice president of the Trump Organization, Eric Trump.
Good evening, America. Eight years ago, my father sat our family down. He spoke of a nation in decline, of dreams slipping away, of a future endangered by failed leadership and broken promises. It was in that moment I knew my father had made a decision that would forever change our lives. We realized he had chosen to step into the arena, to fight for the soul of America. He decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire, to leave behind everything he had ever built, to answer the call to serve our nation. Unlike his predecessor, it was not a decision born out of necessity. Unlike the current president, it was not a decision that would enrich his family. Rather, it was a decision made out of love for this country and a deep concern for America's future. My father was clear it would not be easy, that there would be a huge price to pay, and that the attacks would be vicious. Looking back, that was an understatement. The made-up Russia hoax, the sham impeachments, the efforts to destroy an unbelievable company, a company that I run today, the efforts to cancel us, to silence him, to gag his free speech, and to drag him through every radical left courthouse in America, to take his life. Yet through it all, he's shown unwavering courage and determination, not just in public, but in every private conversation with me and our family. He stood tall, fueled not by personal ambition, but by a profound love for this country and a love for all of you, the American people. That man is my father, That man is the 45th president and soon to be 47th president of the United States. That man is Donald J. Trump. Each time I've stood on this stage, America has been at a dire crossroads. In 2016, many people began to doubt the promise of America. Our economy was struggling, jobs were scarce, our standing on the world stage was weak at best. Veterans were forgotten, our military was in shambles, our educational system was broken, ranked 30th in the world. He could no longer tolerate an inept administration that handed $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death to America, or witness the continued attacks on our Constitution and our religious liberty, or see the disrespect shown to our unbelievable law enforcement officers who are being disarmed, defunded, and persecuted each and every day. He could no longer stand to see words like Christmas stripped from public use, or the Pledge of Allegiance removed from our schools. But my father saw potential where others saw despair. Donald Trump built the New York City skyline. He did so during a time when businesses were turning away from the city he loved. Crime was rampant. The streets were dirty. But he had the Midas touch, and he turned those streets and neighborhoods into gold. He faced every challenge with tremendous vision and grit. As he did during the 2016 election, he rolled up his sleeves. He remained unapologetic. He did not care to be politically correct. He restored hope. He restored a voice to millions of Americans who had been ignored. He restored the American dream. Under my father's leadership, the economy climbed to record heights. Jobs were created at an unthinkable pace. Unemployment reached historic lows across all demographics. Wage growth soared. He cut taxes for hardworking families and businesses. He slashed regulations. We saw the greatest 401k increase in American history. People bought their first homes in an environment that saw 2 to 3% interest rates. They started their families. My father made the United States energy independent with the lowest gas prices in decades. My father made the United States safe. Our borders were closed. There was peace in the Middle East. Soleimani al-Baghdadi, the terrorists, were dead. My father made the United States respected again, with the courage to walk into countries like North Korea, with the courage to impose tariffs on China, and with the courage to tear up trade deals that cost Americans their jobs. He brought manufacturing back to America. Small businesses flourished. He did what he promised. He put America first. We were winning. Donald Trump made America great again. But he also created a movement that threatened the special interests in the political elites. A movement that cast a bright light on the institutions weaponized against the American people. You see it in our schools. God bless the moms who fought back. You see it in your workplace. You see it on every news station, in every newspaper. You see it in the military, the most iconic military installations on planet Earth are stripped of their identity and renamed. Fort Bragg, Benning, Fort Hood. You see it in Hollywood. You see it in our two-tier judicial system. They don't even hide it anymore. My father has been censored. The former president ripped off to Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook while terrorist organizations remain intact. My father has been persecuted, targeted by far-left Democrats, funded by special interest groups, and hand-picked judges. My father has been pulled off the ballots of states, radical justices attempting to defy the will of millions of Americans who adore who he is and what he stands for. My father even became the target of an assassin who almost killed America's single greatest hope for our future. The swamp is terrified of this incredible movement. They're terrified of it. They're terrified of you and the tens of millions of people watching us on TV right now. They've tried everything to keep him from you, everything, to destroy his legacy, to destroy his family. They have failed, and they will not win. I love my Florida delegation right here. Thank you, guys. My father stands before you with the most votes of any Republican candidate in the history of our nation. He has defied the predictions of every political pundit. He fills stadiums across our country. He energizes Americans to the issues facing this nation and does so with unvarnished honesty. He is not a threat to democracy. He is a threat to those who despise our republic, many whom are bought and sold, bribed and coerced, people who have never signed the front of a check and who have been dependent on the government their entire adult lives. Today, as it was in 2016, America's at that crossroads again. Energy prices are soaring. Interest rates are crippling. Everything is unaffordable. The US dollar has been diminished. Inflation has made it impossible for Americans to live, to save for their future. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Our border is out of control. Millions are dead and displaced in Russia and Ukraine, a war that has no end and a war that we are funding. The Middle East has become a hornet's nest. Our greatest ally, Israel, totally under siege. Fentanyl is killing our youth and destroying families, while the current administration stands idly by, hoping their inaction will import illegal votes. Crime terrorizes our cities and our suburbs as far-left policies handcuff police. Male athletes, guys my height, 6'5", are swimming in women's sports. Destroying the dreams of young girls who have trained every minute of their lives. We no longer trust our elections. We no longer trust our judicial system. And we no longer believe that our government is working in our best interest. In spite of where we are today as a nation, I'd like to speak to every American. To the homeless veteran sleeping under a bridge as illegal immigrants are housed in the most expensive hotels in New York. I'm sorry. We know it's wrong, and we will fix it. To the single mother who can no longer afford her rent, afford groceries, and has been forced to work 3 jobs, I'm sorry. It does not have to be this way. To the parents who lost a son or daughter to fentanyl, including the incredible woman that spoke the other night, while an administration does absolutely nothing, I'm sorry. Your government can do so much better, and it will. To the children who are being brainwashed instead of learning the fundamentals in school, I'm sorry. There are teachers who care, and my father will empower them. To the law enforcement officers, our brave Border Patrol, Secret Service agents who work every single day to protect our communities, knowing damn well that the system will throw you under the bus, I'm sorry. We will stand behind you. To commuters often petrified to take a bus, take a train, or walk the streets in cities across our nation, I'm sorry. That man right there will fix this. To the construction workers, to the middle-class families, to the families with children with disabilities, families who can no longer afford medical benefits or to take a vacation, I'm sorry. We will make America great again. And to my father, who has been ruthlessly silenced, slandered, and attacked by a corrupt administration, I'm sorry. We know, and America knows, that they're not just after you, they're after all of us, and you just happen to be standing in their way. To all Americans watching tonight, the greatest retribution will be our success. Success not just for ourselves, but for our grandchildren and our children. Under President Donald J. Trump, the swamp will be drained. America will be respected. Our cities will be safe. Our streets will be clean. And our border will once again be secure. We will have peace. We will have prosperity. Your hard-earned tax dollars will enrich a better America, not be squandered in corrupt foreign nations. Education will be handed back to the states. We will no longer be 30th in the world. We will be first. Our children will understand family, our children will have values, and our children will love God. Our country will prioritize free speech, respect freedom of religion, and honor our Constitution. As his son, I've never been more proud of a person in my life. A man who has defied all odds more than once. A man who believed in the promise of America when others turned away. A man who saw a nation in need of a champion and answered that call with unwavering determination and courage. A man who survived a bullet that was intended to eliminate him permanently from our future and from our family. Never have I been more proud to be a Trump. Never have I been more proud to stand by my father's side. I remain incredibly honored to be part of this journey, a journey with all of you, a journey to save the greatest country on earth, a journey with the most incredible people I have ever met. Dad, 5 days ago, Laura, Luke, Carolina, and I held our breath as we saw blood pour across your face. By the grace of God, divine intervention, and your guardian angels above, you survived. You are the greatest fighter I have ever seen. You are strong, you are full of life, and you are unapologetic. Your optimism is contagious. Your backbone is unbreakable. Your conviction to fight for what is right and against all that is wrong is truly next level. The whole world saw your strength as you stood up. You wiped the blood off your face, and you put your fist in the air in a moment that will be remembered as one of the most courageous acts in the history of American politics. You shouted, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" I'm honored to be your son. I'm honored to speak to our great nation tonight. You are a true leader. You epitomize strength. Our country loves you. Our country appreciates you. Our country misses you. And on November 5th, our country will re-elect you as the 47th President of the United States of America. Good night, Milwaukee. God bless you all.
We're going to try to talk as little as possible. So, a rousing speech, of course, from his son, Eric Trump. Back to a little bit of music. A lot to digest there. Honestly, this is a direct case from a son talking about his father nearly being assassinated. Very emotional, very strong. Also a very strong, wonderful prayer from the Reverend Franklin Graham. But before that, a Trumpian moment. I mean, Hulk Hogan running wild in the city of Milwaukee, John. And yeah, it's goofy, it's silly, it's Trumpian. This place was on fire.
It was on fire. I sent a picture of it to one of my oldest friends, and he said his young son at home was enthralled by what he was watching. And I don't know how many kids are enthralled by political conventions, but that's where we're at. The other thing I was paying very close attention to, many of these speeches have been very carefully scripted, of course. People are reading off a teleprompter. The Hulk was not reading off a teleprompter. That entire thing was straight from the heart. And of course, like us, you know, we grew up in the 80s, more or less. Seeing Hulk rip off the shirt brings back a lot of memories.
It's certainly, but they're bringing in younger people. They're having fun here, and there's also going to be a lot of substance that Eric Trump teed up on the border and other issues.
Yeah, it was indeed not probably the order. Hulk may have meant to go earlier, and then he was delayed, but somehow it worked. Everything they're doing, I just feel like it worked. You can have Hulk Hogan ripping off his shirt, revealing the Trump, saying, I didn't want to get political, but here we are. And then a very powerful moment by the legendary Franklin Graham, where everyone bowed their heads in reverence And that was, you could hear a pin drop.
Absolutely. I want to make another quick point in case the speeches start again. John found a picture online. Former First Lady Melania Trump is backstage, and you have more reporting about other family members.
Yes, Jared and Ivanka are here in the building as well, and so we got the whole Trump family back together. Everyone with a Secret Service nickname appears to be here in the house tonight.
That's incredible. They're all coming together for this special occasion. We're going to hear from Dana White from the UFC, so there's going to be more hype. Kid Rock still on the program. There's a lot more, but the event, to quote somebody from wrestling or boxing, because there's that kind of excitement. Donald Trump has always loved a great prize fight from when he had casinos back in Atlantic City. It's the former, there's all this great stuff happening. We still have the former president yet to come.
Yes, and it was funny, actually, Hulk Hogan, because he wasn't on prompter. At one point, he had this really funny exchange where he says, wait, I'm having a flashback. When I won the title, Donald Trump was in the audience, remember?
WrestleMania or something.
Yeah, and so it's like all these converging of stories. Donald Trump has led an extraordinary life, and what I was thinking about when Eric was talking is how he decided to get into politics, not to enrich his own family. Of course, that's a ding there, and a deserved one to Joe Biden and his family. And he says he built the New York City skyline. And he was never worried about being politically correct, but he restored hope. Donald Trump did so much for New York as a businessman. He's always been larger than life. This is larger than life.
It is,
this election is larger than life. And
a lot happening
it's amazing.
Because, so number one, John, I want to run something past you and then something past Bianca.
Sure. Right.
For you, there is reporting out there. Maybe we're going to get some. That Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, according to CNN, may have a call scheduled tomorrow with former President Trump. He's talked to other world leaders. The idea that Joe Biden is reporting that he may be inch closer to leaving, and now Trump's going to be on the phone with Zelensky?
Hopefully he won't get impeached for this phone call.
Incredible.
I'm sure he won't call him Putin either. You know, it makes sense that they would probably schedule a call. Well, we saw Orban after the NATO summit go to Mar-a-Lago. It's sort of like a mini White House right now.
And of course, we don't know the exact timing of this, but we're right around the time in which Donald Trump would start to get top secret security briefings, as is tradition for the president, both presidential contenders in a race like this. And what would the situation in Ukraine, how different would it be if Donald Trump were in office? He claims he could end that war in one day.
He might start moving towards a peace deal with a call tomorrow. What's happening?
This music just feels very light and angelic, doesn't it?
Well, I believe this would probably be Melania's walkout music, if I had to guess.
It's very regal.
And there she is. You're right. Yes. And there she is. Wow. The former First Lady of the United States.
And there was a picture circulating online taken by the New York Times' Doug Mills, who I have to say is having quite a run of pictures.
He was at the rally
pictures.
in Pennsylvania.
And she had that bright smile on her face. These are not moments that we normally see the First Lady, so let's let this one breathe.
Absolutely. You can see the beautiful former First Lady, all of these leftist magazines that didn't want to put her on the cover. Oh, wow.
This is a story as uniquely American as the ideals and freedoms we all cherish. A story of a life dedicated to dreaming big. A story about giving back to the people in his beloved city. But most of all, this is a story about putting his country first. And it's a story best told in pictures. Young and confident, Donald Trump wasn't afraid to think big and build even bigger. and he left his mark on the New York skyline that greeted visitors from around the world. But he wasn't just an American entrepreneur. He became a folk hero. Celebrities and sports stars wanted to be seen with him. Politicians sought his approval. And New Yorkers just loved him. And he loved them back. And he gave back. Just one example, saving the Woolman skating rink.
The Woolman skating rink in Central Park is open again. The city spent nearly 6 years and $12 million trying to fix it. And then to the rescue, developer Donald Trump. As Tracy Egan tells us now, he accomplished in 3.5 months what the city couldn't do in 6 years.
Donald, you performed a great public service.
There was no denying that Donald Trump was the toast of the town. But he was also something even more important, a patriotic American. And like many others, he was becoming increasingly troubled by the direction of our country.
Because I really am tired of seeing what's happening with this country, how we're really making other people live like kings, and we're not.
You've said, though, that if you did run for president, you believe you'd win.
Well, I don't know. I think I'd win. I tell you what, I wouldn't go in to lose. I've never gone in to lose in my life. And if I did decide to do it, I think I'd be inclined. I would say that I would have a hell of a chance of winning, because I think people, I don't know how your audience feels, but I think people are tired of seeing the United States ripped off.
But who would ever run for president and leave such a glamorous life? Appearances in movies, best-selling books, a widely popular TV show. But for Donald J. Trump, the calling to save his country was even stronger. The mission, more important. The number of Americans being left behind, too large. And so, in Donald Trump fashion, he announced he was running for president, in it to win. And he did.
From his first day in office, the Washington politicians learned something about President Trump. He's not afraid to fight for what he believes in. They call that having the courage of your convictions. First up, the Trump tax cuts, largest in America's history, and it led to higher take-home pay for working families. Unfortunately, today, taxes are up and incomes down. The politicians just never learn. Next for President Trump, secure our border. Check. Miles and miles of wall built. ISIS and other terrorists deterred. But now, we have the Barney Fife of border security, leading to 250,000 Americans dead from fentanyl coming in. Brutal migrant crime spreading across America. And ISIS now here. President Trump promised he'd keep America out of endless wars. Welcome words to the families of our young men and women who serve. And another promise kept. He started by strengthening our military, then traveled the world, meeting with our allies, and even with our main adversaries, just so they understood that America's strength and resolve was back. Because that's what a strong commander-in-chief does. And it led to a stable world at peace and our troops safe. Today, a different story. Our enemies smelled weakness, then set the world on fire. Putin saw it, then invaded Ukraine. Hamas saw it, then started a war in the Middle East. There's one more thing we've learned about President Trump. He believes so strongly in America, so optimistic for our possibilities, and so committed to fighting to once again make our country great, that there is nothing that is going to stop him.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kid Rock.
What up, America? If you're ready for President Trump to take the stage, I need everybody to stand up. I need everybody to put a fist up in the air. Everybody, get a fist up in the air. Now follow me. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say somebody scream. The devil without a cause. I'm back with the beaver hats and Ben Davis slacks. 30-pack of stroll, straight rock and roll. No Rogaine in the propane flow. The chosen one, I'm the living proof. With the gift to gab from the city of truth. You know I jab, stab, and knock critics back. And I did not start a win. I said that I'm going platinum, selling rhymes. I went platinum 7 times. Still they ill and wanna see us fry. I guess because only God knows why. They call me cowboy. I'm the singer of black. Throw a fist in the air. Let me see where you at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Now say Trump, Trump. I like AC/DC and ZZ Top. Won't see this beasties and the kings of rock. Skinner, Cedar, Lipcorn, the Stones. David Attico and the No-Show Jones. Yeah, pass that bottle around. Got the rock from Detroit, the soul from Motown. The underground, straight Detroit pimp. With tracks to Mac and slap back to back. Never gain no pain, I don't play with ass. Well, watch me rock with Liberace Flash. Punk rock the Clash, boy bands are trash. I like Johnny Cash and Grandmaster Flash. Flash, flash, flash. Oh, they call me cowboy. I'm a singer of black. Throw a fist in the air. Let me see where you're at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say Trump, Trump, Trump. I'm an American badass. Watch me kick. You can roll with rock or you can. I'm the ultimate. I'm like Amazing Grace. I'm on rock and roll. Let me rock this place. All super fly. Living double wide. Psychom alive. So big John can ride. Bill Shack to share. Bringing flash to flare. Got the long hair swinging middle finger in the air. Snakeskin boots 65 Chevelle. See me ride and sit and hit a rebel yell. I won't live to tell. So if you do, rock for freedom and rock for truth. Who knew I'd blow like Oklahoma, Florida, Georgia, Arizona. Smell the aroma and check my hits. I know it stinks in here, cause Trump's the They call me cowboy, I'm a singer with black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where you're at. Say Trump, 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 Trump. 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 I need to hear you louder than that. One more time. I'm a cowboy, badass and black. You say Trump, 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 Trump. From side to side, from front to back. Come on, Trump, 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 Trump. Put Detroit City back on the map. We singing Trump, 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 Trump. Kid Rock's in the house. This is where I'm at. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the most patriotic American badass on earth. Donald J. Trump. But first, another American badass, my brother, Dana White. God bless America.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dana White. I am the CEO and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. So 2 weeks ago, I got a call from President Trump asking me if I'd be willing to speak tonight. As usual, there was no pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course I said yes. Then, after I accepted his offer, he sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even the world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand they love you and they know how important this is. Now think about this. This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know, a man who truly cares about people. The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth, because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet. And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I have ever met in my life. The higher the stakes, the harder he fights, and this guy never, ever gives up. So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, "A fight for our country." I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get back here? We all know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life, he has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country. And I know he wants what's best for the American people, all American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity. President Reagan once said, government's first duty is to protect the people, not run their lives. And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house? I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American dream, and that's what's at stake in this election. We are choosing who we want to lead us in this fight. I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office. In my mind, the choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for President of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again, just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. Sing it. God bless the USA. To the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit to Houston, and New York to LA. There's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful song. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together, we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. We're going to do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened, and you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. and moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage. These are great people, at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance, and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yeah. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose, surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey, comparator, unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded. Two other great warriors, spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver, two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them, and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters, and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was. I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine, just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million from Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey. And the other two, by the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. I'm going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. And very big news, as you probably just read. On Monday, a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many, so I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Barron. We love our Barron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? You know, he was on probably the only vacation he's had in about, maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called, and he said, yeah, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it, because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, you know, that's too bad, but I understand he's away, and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called, he's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down, you just can't do it, you have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane, he got here a little while ago, now he's gonna get on the plane in a little while and he's gonna go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part, because, you know, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. You know, he became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. You know, he has rallies. 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, a very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. You know, they may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say, maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them in all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha. He's going to be a great Vice President. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticized it, they said, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is Make America Great Again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great, great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, J.D., you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of... Oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here, creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation, to every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic. I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill, and hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space-age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money, going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, So much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions, and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. I'm only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation. Soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it, it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. And by the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it, and we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love. It's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda. And it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate, we have many senators here, and send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent, but soon we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times, think of it. And all my life, I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics, I guess. I was on the other side. I'd watch and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much, we're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They've spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless Green New scam ideas. And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day one. Thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country. No tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing, and we're going to bring it back fast. They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it. And we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular, in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? A really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find him? She said, actually, and I didn't know this, she said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money, it's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after him even more. And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody. It's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd of Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, you know, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. And we have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back, and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back, and I called up, and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day, I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day, I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't lead the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America, and we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally. Legally. Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life, that was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest, it was done by the Border Patrol, one of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here today. Never got to look at it. I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it, and by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. And if you look at the arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented, so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements. Demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up, while crime statistics all over the world are going down, because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough, rough, rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails, he's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime, Caracas, Venezuela, really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we won't be able. We will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by a very powerful, tough leader. He's a tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they'd say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how can you possibly do that? But no, I got along with them, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid, really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person. And he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many, many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster. Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly. And they weren't doing things perfectly, so we said it doesn't kick in. You know, 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever, ever do that again. You've got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before. And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it, he actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that the headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price. With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow, and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody's sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done, and some of the things that we're going to do. But AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this all, and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day 1. So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But, sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God. We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You have been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. They're not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach, and that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word, devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. Going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together, we will save this country, we will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
President Donald Trump, hoping to become the next president of the United States, concludes with more united than ever before.
Cameo.
The former First Lady is there with a kiss. A beautiful tribute at the beginning to Corey Compertour. The former president hugged and kissed the fire helmet and jacket there as they hold hands now. Entire family headed out on the stage. It was remarkable how he recounted his version of what happened last Saturday, saying at one point there was blood pouring everywhere, and yet in a certain way I felt very safe because I had God on my side. And here come the balloons. Okay, some big beautiful red, white, and blue balloons.
And there will be some gold balloons coming down very soon in typical Trump fashion.
Ah, you see him up in the rafters, huh?
I've seen him up there all week.
You've been waiting for this moment. And it was remarkable. Definitely, largely a unifying speech. He was very calm and cool and confident, I would say. Our friend David Harris Jr. is going to join the conversation. David, one point I want to make and get your reaction from inside the room when he talked about the grace of God is the reason I am here. I am not supposed to be here. In the room, there was a chant, yes, you are. Yes, you are. God meant for you to be here for this moment. What did you see tonight, sir?
Oh, my goodness. I got to tell you, chills, 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 which is the presence of the Holy Spirit, God's presence confirming that, yes, you are. Yes, you are, Mr. President. You are supposed to be here. Every day is historic. Every day since last Saturday is history being made. President Trump was not supposed to be here if it was the plans of the enemy, if they had their way, and whoever's behind it, whatever, he was not supposed to be here, but God. God stepped in, shielded that man, our president, from being hit, struck by that bullet. As he said, it was a dead center shot had he not tilted his head at the exact moment that he did. And if he had tilted his head any sooner, the shooter would have realigned and then still took the shot. But he didn't have a chance to do that because he tilted his head at the very second that the shooter pulled the trigger. So chills here, chills watching it, chills the entire night. I so appreciate that President Trump honored God, honored the fact that it is because of God, God alone, that he is still here today. That has to humble him. I was talking to my wife, my beautiful, amazing wife, Jennifer, as we were watching this speech tonight from President Trump, and it hit me that this has got to be probably the only thing that President Trump in his entire very successful career, his life, he can take credit for all the things that he's been able to accomplish throughout his life, but he can't take credit for last Saturday. That has to be a very humbling thing for a man with his stature, his success, his experience on the world stage. He cannot take credit, and he knows it. And I believe that that's why it has changed him. It's changed him to understand, wow, God is definitely watching me. He's a part of this. He's in this movement. He's protecting me because he's got a mission from God to turn this country around, to take it away from the clutches of socialism and that the Democrats are trying to push and promote. The globalists would like to destroy this country. And I mean, everything that he said. The other thing that hit me is that the entire country is watching tonight. The Democrats, independents, they're all watching President Trump. And so I'm so grateful that he went over a lot of the things that we hear him say in his rallies that a lot of those people watching tonight did not get to hear. They got to hear him talk about how he wants to be tough on the border, why he was tough on the border, the proof of how well he did on the border, him being tough on China, what he'll do with all the illegals that are here, what he'll do to save our country from being invaded. He's already done it before. What he wants to do for inflation, what he already did. He got to show and speak to our country and the world about putting America first, period. Putting America first. That's what Americans want to hear. We are reeling right now underneath the weight of the degradation and selling us out of Joe Biden and these Democrats. And President Trump proved it and shared it and showed it tonight and gave God honor and glory in the midst of it. It was a beautiful thing. Again, we all just witnessed history. As he said and felt, and he shouldn't be here, but God.
You hear the opera music, by the way, that he loves so much. And to bring Bianca in, when he mentioned the grace of God, he also talked about how this hasn't knocked him down, that he's gotten back up. And he said, I'm more determined than ever to do a lot of what David said, to reduce inflation and get the border under control and fix some of these problems.
Yeah, and I just, while we hear the music, America the Beautiful, it's capping off what is a beautiful week. And for me, our founders built this nation on biblical principles. And I spoke to Jason Miller earlier today, and he said Donald Trump will recount what it was like for him on the stage. And we knew that, so he told us he would do that. But when he did it, it was pretty amazing to hear it firsthand from the president. And he also said, I will tell you, but I will only do this once. So we were witnessing a historic moment. That speech, that beginning part, he will never say that again. And one other thing is he did say when he was down and after it happened, he said, I did feel serene. And maybe that was the calmness of the spirit, you know, of Jesus. And he remarked on how the crowd didn't run. The whole thing, there's no way any of this could be choreographed. The crowd interacting. And I think what we're looking at here is this is a rebirth for our nation. And we're all going to remember not just the moment where we were with the attempted assassination, but right here tonight. And I feel blessed to have seen it with my own eyes.
And we're going to turn it over to David in a couple minutes, but we're going to let this moment breathe, obviously, and see the entire Trump family enjoy this moment with all of us. And we appreciate the many, many people streaming tonight on N2. Really incredible numbers of people all around this great country. John, another piece of this speech is when he was saying, stop demonizing your political opponents and making war out of political differences. And he said Democrats should end the weaponization of government and the investigations. And I thought an important line was, he said, I am the one who is saving democracy.
Turned it right around on Democrats and make sure that they know who is really here to protect our republic and make sure that it exists for days to come. Donald Trump checked off all the boxes he needed to check off, and then some. He added a lot of extra moments to that speech, and the music picking back up, the mood's picking back up. But this is the image that you hope for at the end of a convention. A party united, a family on stage, a president, a vice president ready to go forth and do battle. Of course, we did hear Joe Biden's name mentioned, I think, one time tonight. But we don't know who the Democratic nominee is really at this point. So he had to deal with that. And the speech was long, 90 minutes, a marathon perhaps, but well, warmly received nonetheless.
Yeah. David, I want you to react to this. What John just mentioned, which is the chaos on the Democrat side, while Donald Trump is accepting the nomination for the third consecutive time, the Democrats appear to be pushing the guy who got 13 million Democrat votes, has all the delegates. They say they want to save democracy. They're maybe pushing Biden aside, number one. And number two, we were peeking at what CNN was saying, and Van Jones at one point from the left said that the last time he was at a political convention that was as big as this, that felt like this, was 2008 in Denver with Barack Obama, and Van Jones on the left said, quote, something is happening. What is he referring to? What's happening in America?
Well, I don't think anybody can deny what is taking place in America. It is a resurgence of American patriotism from people on all sides of the spectrum. Democrats are definitely, obviously, reeling right now. Joe Biden is apparently planning to step down. He's not going to run for re-election. Nobody on the Democrat side, from Chuck Schumer to Pelosi, you name it, want Joe Biden to continue to try to run against President Trump. And Kamala, she has no chance. She's less liked than Joe Biden. So what are the Democrats going to do? I don't believe there's anything that they can do. I think that it's the agenda of the Democrat Party that Americans are fed up with. It's like what Ronald Reagan said in the 80s. I didn't leave the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party left me. And I believe that this week, especially after the attempted assassination against President Trump, there are Democrats and independents that are seeing some of their fellow Democrats that are actually saying, well, I wish he wouldn't have missed, saying the most evil things. It's like, wait a minute, why in the world would you want to hope for anybody to die, let alone a former president of the United States? The kind of chaos that would thrust our country into is insane. So I think that there's centrist Democrats, there's independents that are seeing what's taking place. They're hearing President Trump speak tonight for maybe the very first time because they haven't watched his rallies or they don't listen to what he has to say, but they're hearing a man that did not take shots at the Democrats. He did not take shots and use the opportunity of the attempted assassination to be divisive. They're seeing a man that loves his country. They're hearing from his children and grandchildren that are saying, you know what, he doesn't have to do this. He could be off somewhere retired. They're understanding that President Trump is choosing to stay in this fight, and he's staying in this fight, as he said, for us, the American people. So I think there is an absolute insurgence taking place of Americans that are going to be more patriotic than ever, and they're going to support this president and his agenda.
Yeah, David, we see J.D. Vance and his wife have now joined the Trumps. The ticket is official, obviously. They've both accepted the nominations. They'll have a rally that will stream live here on Saturday on N2 from the battleground state of Michigan. David, real quick, before I get some final thoughts from these two fine folks. You know I love you. You know I love you. But I got to push back a little bit when you say he didn't take any shots at the Democrats. Yeah. Crazy Nancy. There were a lot of shots at Democrats. And if you look at social media, some of the president's supporters were saying, I wish he stuck with the first half of this speech. I'm not criticizing him. It's his speech to deliver. He was the man who was almost assassinated. He can say whatever he wants tonight. But he did take some shots. What do you think about the balance? He promised it would be about unity. There was a lot of unity, but he also did take some shots. Your thoughts?
My thoughts are this. When I'm on my show, you know, obviously I love the fact I'm on Into 8 p.m. prime time, Monday through Friday. When I talk to the American people, I always try to remember that there are Democrat elites that I think are just insane, and I'm sorry, but Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, they're in that bunch. And then there's the Democrats that make up the rest of the country. And so when I'm talking about President Trump not taking shot over the bow of the Democrat Party and the people as a whole, that's what I'm referring to. I think some people do need to be called out because they don't stop. The rhetoric doesn't stop. It's divisive. It's filled with vitriol and hatred. And I think that these people just really need to just calm down and be quiet and go somewhere. So I think that overall, President Trump pointed out maybe a couple people, but I think that he could have definitely taken a very different tone if he wanted to. You know, this is a man that was just almost murdered, literally, by somebody that believed all of the mainstream media, including Nancy Pelosi and Mad Maxine Waters and Chuck Schumer and all these people and all the pundits, Morning Joe, that continue to refer to him as Hitler. Talk about him like he's going to destroy democracy. Joe Biden even did it after the attempted assassination. So I think that the tone that President Trump took was not from a place of anger or bitterness. I think it was from a place of humility and understanding that God has his back and that he's focused on trying to unite America around the objectives and the policies that he set forth. So I think overall, absolutely, it was a slam dunk. It's something that I think spoke to the American people. I think from Dana White to Hulk Hogan to Eric Trump to every single person, the teacher that said for the first time she's voting for a Republican and been a registered Democrat her whole life. I think the entire convention this week was about unity, bringing people together, hearing from people from all backgrounds and walks of life. Amber Rose to come out and be bold enough, as much of a celebrity as she is, especially among the black and brown community, for her to do that and be bold enough and share that she was believing the lies, she believed the propaganda, but she woke up. That type of courage is something that we have not seen, especially in the black and brown community, from her stance, from her elevated position in life because of her celebrityism. So I think that what we're seeing and hearing is absolutely something that is going to bring all Americans together around making America great again and putting America, which is all of us, first.
Bianca, your thoughts?
He was himself, maybe a little bit, obviously, a new self. This is the Donald Trump post-assassination, you know, living through something like that. But, you know, it broke today that he had a meeting with the head of the Secret Service, Kimberly Cheeto, on Tuesday. She was confronted here last night by Senators Blackburn and Barrasso. So, yeah, he took some shots, but he said about the Secret Service and was very clear, these are brave men. And
Newsmax TV presents 1968, the year that everything fell apart. Here's historian and best-selling author Craig Shirley.
On the first day of 1968, there was peace in Vietnam. Pope Paul VI extended a 24-hour ceasefire to 36 hours, and the U.S. military made the most of it. Indeed, it was a hopeful day in the world. The front page of the New York Times featured the headline, "World bids adieu to a violent year. City gets snowfall." The year before had seen urban and campus riots of almost every kind, continuing opposition to the war in Vietnam, and an unprecedented erosion of faith in our elected leaders. So 1968, the new year, began with renewed hope. Then, 6 hours before the ceasefire ended, 2 battalions of the North Vietnamese Army and Viet Cong attacked the U.S. position. In 3 waves, the enemy charged the 25th Infantry lines. By the time they had withdrawn, 348 enemy soldiers were dead at a cost of 23 Americans killed and 153 wounded. By the end of 1968, almost 17,000 Americans had died in Southeast Asia, a rate of 46 men a day, all televised each evening on the only 3 networks at the time. There would be no peace in 1968. The New Deal, the New Frontier, and the Great Society were but distant memories, as was Eisenhower's peace and prosperity.
If we look to the answer as to why for so many years we achieved so much, prospered as no other people on earth, it was because here in this land we unleashed the energy and individual genius of man to a greater extent than has ever been done before. Freedom and the dignity of the individual have been more available and assured here than in any other place on earth. The price for this freedom at times has been high, but we have never been unwilling to pay that price. Those who say that we're in a time when there are no heroes, they just don't know where to look. The sloping hills of Arlington National Cemetery, with its row upon row of simple white markers bearing crosses or stars of David, they add up to only a tiny fraction of the price that has been paid for our freedom.